Hello everyone and welcome to the 2023 Victorian Open Long Course Championships, as well as we're incorporating the 2023 City Para Swimming World Series. It's kicking off right here in Australia, in Melbourne at MSAC. My name is Chelsea Ryan, and with me today will be Tim Roberts a little later on, joining me with commentary of our first session. Number one, we have our heats this morning on this Friday 17th of February. And the pool is looking all calm before the storm of swimming will erupt very soon with our first event. We have our 100-metre backstroke for our men's para series. And so just a word from our president for Swimming Victoria, Hayden Collins. He's so excited to be able to have this event. It's a premier event on our calendar and such a wonderful celebration of Victorian swimming here, as well as an event on the world stage being able to be hosted here at MSAC. It's such a great chance for our community to come together and be able to welcome a large number of visitors that we've got here today that's going to be on our pool deck and in our pool. And what an environment for high performance, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of competitive, fierce races out there, and I'm sure a lot of our swimmers are going to smash some of their PBs and gain some great experience in the pool. Now, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians on the land on which we meet today, the Wurundjeri people, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people present. And also a big thank you to our Swimming Victoria sponsors, Funkita and Funky Trucks. They've contributed a lot of generous support to swimming during their time with their partnership, and we're glad to still have them on board and supporting us here for our event today. Also, we've got our technical officials out on deck right here. Couldn't have this event without them. Fantastic to see them all out here. If you're keen to ever step up and be a technical official, training up, do get in touch with our Swimming Victoria staff. It's also a great community that contribute to swimming here as well. And a big thank you to all our Swimming Victoria staff who work tirelessly to put these kinds of events on here for our swimmers. Now today, coming up, first off, as I said, we have our men's 100-metre backstroke. It's our multi-class for our para series. Up next, then we'll have our multi-class 100-metre backstroke for our men's for our Vic Open. We'll move to the women's. We've got freestyle for our men. We've got 50-metre butterfly on the cards as well. 200, we've got our multi-class swimmers doing the butterfly as well. Breaststroke will be coming our way. It's the 100 for the women's, 50 for the men's, the 400 women's IM. 100-metre freestyle, got a couple popped in there as well. 50-metre backstroke, breaststroke for our multi-class. And we've got that women's 800-metre freestyle a little later on in our session, as well as our 50-metre breaststroke for our multi-class. 400 freestyle as well for our multi-class. And then to wrap up our session, we've got our 400 freestyle as well for our women multi-class. And that will finish it all off here today for our heats for our Victorian Long Course Championships. It's been great to be back in the pool. We had our Long Course Metro Age Championships a little earlier, a few weeks ago here at MSAC, and it was good to be back in the pool after a really long time away. I know there's been a bit of a break over the COVID times. It's good to be back here. It was great to see the littlies in the pools and some of them swimming their first championships and big races here in the big pool at MSAC, and it was just great to see all of their smiles and big waves and fist pumps, and so many PBs were had as well. Lots of successful swims, and looking forward to the Age National Championships as well. That's what they'll be moving forward to when we have our qualifying for our states here very soon. But today, it's all on the Opens. And so for our first race, as we prepare it to get underway, we've got a couple of our World Para Series swimmers from Singapore, Canada, Ireland, of course, Australia. Timothy Hodge, one to watch for our home team, as well as Riley Moore. And then we've also got a couple from Hong Kong and China as well. And so the City Para Series works on points. So there's multiple events throughout the year at all different locations around the world. They'll get the points depending on their race outcomes, and then on the World Para Series website, it will be updated. So if you want to check out how all the swimmers are going, this is the first one of the year to kick off this series, which is super exciting. So this is going to set the tone for what's going to come next for them. But yeah, to check out the results, you can see on the City World Para Series website for those rankings after their races. Next for them, though, will be the 9th to the 12th of March is the second event, which is in Italy, is Legnano Sabradorno, if I'm saying that correctly. And then after that, that same week, at the end of that week, they go to Sheffield in Great Britain. And then in April, the next one is in USA in Indianapolis. They then will travel under Berlin, France, Mexico, and some more countries after that. And it's just great to be able to have all our para athletes being able to be challenged, stretch themselves, be around a great community, and be able to swim against each other and in their multi-classes as well. Great high-performance environment. The best coaches that we've got in the world as well, contributing to some of the best results, and it's just a fantastic achievement. I love seeing the multi-class swimmers compete, overcoming all the obstacles in their way, and just working so hard, and it's so good to see all their hard work pay off too. So it will be a fantastic series up ahead, kickstarting right here in Melbourne, here at MSAC. Now, we're just getting things organised before that first race begins, so hold tight. We've got 3 heats that will be coming up. We'll be getting to you very shortly. And those are just a few of our technical officials down here at the pool As I mentioned, we wouldn't be able to do it without them. They're looking for different stroke techniques or any violations that will be happening in the pool, keeping our swimmers in order and complying with all of our rules here. Now, if there is anything that does get picked up, there will be an infraction report that gets handed in, and then it will get read out later. But we hope none of our swimmers get infractions, but sometimes that's just the way it goes. And, you know, you learn a lot more by your mistakes rather than your successes sometimes, but this is not what you want to have happen. We've got our timekeepers as well, as you can see. And then coming on in, onto pool deck now, getting ready behind their lanes are our athletes here. And so this is heat 1 of 3 that will be coming up for our first event, the men's 100-metre long course backstroke for our multi-class World Para Series. And so I'll read out the athletes. We've got Wei Song To, an S7 for Singapore in lane 1. Lane 2, Felix Cohen, S9, Canada. Lane 3, Barry McClements, S9 as well, from Ireland. Lane 4, Timothy Hodge, S9 from Australia. Lane 5, Nicholas Bennett, S14 from Canada. Up on the blocks they go, Riley Moore, 6, S10 from Australia. Jumping in the pool now in lane 7, Wai Lok Tang from Hong Kong, S14. And in lane 8, Hong Ling Wu, S8. Here we go. And coming up out of the water, it's Nick Bennett from Canada with the lead, though over in lane 7 and 8 going quite well at the moment. Wei Lok Tang and Riley Moore. And that's Hong Lang Wu in lane 8. Catching some speed there, though, in lane 4. It's Timothy Hodge from Australia. And the halfway mark, and it's Timothy Hodge, that split 36-1. Not too far behind, but do remember that this is the first heat and they're all in different multi-classes, so it does get sorted out at the end with all of these times. But coming in strong with some great arms up and over. Timothy Hodge powering. Nicholas Bennett in lane 5, just catching his feet at the moment. Then over in lane 3, we've got Barry McClements from Ireland, having a great second 50 here. And with the touch, Timothy Hodge, 101.74 behind him. Nicholas Bennett, 104.28. And Barry McClements from Ireland in lane 3, 107.37. And then from Hong Kong, it was Wei Lok Tang, 4th and 5th. Riley Moore in lane 6 in Australia. And our final swimmer, Felix Cohen, tapping that wall there. Our second heat underway, about to get underway. As we let our swimmers get out of the water, in lane 1, we have Hinata Nankei from Japan, S8. In lane 2, from Singapore, Colin Jingguan Song Sun, S12. From Australia, Brendan Hall, S9. Also from Oz, Ricky Batar, S14 in lane 4. In 5, Ka Chun Hugh, S14. In lane 6, we have Jared Dyer, S14 from Australia. And in lane 7, we have Sun Lok Chung from Hong Kong. And just warming up with the muscles just there. And lanes 4, 5, 6 and 7 all directly competing with each other, being in the classification of S14. So be looking at them competing against each other. Getting up on the backstroke ledges. Positioning. And they're away. A classy start just there. Coming up out in front. Looking at lanes 4 and 5 at the moment. Ricky Batar from Australia and Ka Chung Hugh from Hong Kong. As I said, lanes 4, 5, 6 and 7 are directly competing against each other as S14 classifications. And it was Ka Chun from Hong Kong getting that touch there, 30.29 halfway. And then Brendan Hall doing well in lane 3, and Colin Jing will also, as you'll see, will get the tap, being vision impaired, with S12 from Singapore. To come into the wall, you'll notice the stick with the assistance just there, but it is coming into the wall. It is Ka Chung who took that out, 1:03.01. Nice work. 1:04.91 for Ricky Batar from Oz. And then Jared Dyer, 1:08.67. As I said, directly competing against each other. And that is Heat 2 for our World Para Series 100-metre backstroke. We have Heat 3 of 3 coming up here. We have William Martin in lane 1 from Australia, S10. Also S10, Alexander Tuckfield from Oz in 2. In 3 from Oz as well, Joshua Alford, S14. In 4, Alexander Elliott, S10 from Canada. Tyson McDonald from Canada as well, S14. In 6, Hong Ying Wong, S14. And also in the same classification, Jack Burglar from New Zealand in lane 7. All of our Heat 2 swimmers are out of the water now. And away they go underwater. Now surfacing up here with a great start is Hong Ying in lane 6. But coming up strong next to him, Tyson and McDonald. And next to Tyson as well, Alexander Elliott in lane 4 as well. So as we come into the halfway mark, know that Joshua Alford in lane 3, Tyson McDonald in lane 5, Hon Yin in lane 6 and Jack Burglar in lane 7 are all directly competing against each other. Tyson with that first split in the lead just there. Big long arms. It's a quick one. It's only 100 metres. They're going to have to focus. And it is lanes 4 and 5 that are really competing against each other. Know that in lane 4, though, Alexander Elliott is an S10. Whereas Tyson, S14, looking nice and comfortable. Strong finish just there. He's going to get that touch. 1:04.66. Followed by Elliott, 1:05.48. And Hong Ying Wong, 1:09.92. And so next up we have our multi-class Vic Opens here for 100-metre backstroke. They definitely would have been inspired by our World Para Series heats that we've just had as they're preparing to take the block just now. All our multi-class athletes, super inspirational swimmers for all of us. Now, for all our multi-class events, they're going to be swum as heats and finals, regardless of the entry sizes. So a chance to swim in the finals as well in the evenings, which is fantastic to have. And so all our athletes here in the pool have different classifications. Bradley Doolan in lane 2, S18. We have Kevin Tran in lane 3, S14. We have Bo Matthews in lane 4, S9. James Logan, it's the other way around, S15 in lane 5. And Andrew Din in lane 6, S19. And so coming from across the state, Bradley Doolan is from Geelong. We've got Oasis Otters, SLC, Melbourne Swimming Club in there as well. And getting that first lead off the 50-metre mark is Bo Matthews there. They're all looking strong, these swimmers. As I said, they've just been inspired by the World Series Para swimmers in the pool this morning. And yeah, Bo Matthews looking super strong as he comes in to the final 10 metres here, and not too far behind him, James Logan over in lane 3, Calvin Tran. And coming into the wall just here, getting that smooth touch, 1:16.58 by Bo Matthews. That's knocking a couple of seconds off his entry time, which is awesome to see. Next, Logan James. Just a second above his, but a great swim nonetheless. And then Calvin Tran knocking a couple of seconds off his entry as well, which is awesome to see. That's what we want to catch at in the pool. Best performance times. All right, next up we have our 100-metre long course multi-class World Para Series. It's the women this time, their 100-metre backstroke. And taking you through some of the names. I'll do it after the race gets underway. The one I was going to mention first in lane 1 gets a shout out from the crowd. We heard a go, Aaron. And so Erin Knox in lane 1, S10. Ping Zhu Yip, S2 in lane 2. In 3, Katarina Roxon, S9. And so that was from New Zealand, Singapore, Canada. Also from Canada, Aurelia Rivard, S10. Yu Lam Chang from Hong Kong, S14. Ruby Halliday, S8 from Australia. Also from home, McKinley Arison, S10. And in lane 8, we have Ji Zhu, S6 from China. And in lane 5, a great start to Yu Lam from Hong Kong. Just behind it is Aurelia Rivard. And then also having a great swim coming into this first 50 metres in lane 1 is Erin Knox, S10 from New Zealand. Halfway just now, they're coming off the wall. A big push for this final 50 metres. And so into their second half now. In lane 6, we've got Ruby Halliday, McKinley Arison in 7, and Ji Zhu in lane 8 there as well. Looking across the pool, Erin Knox doing her best, but it is Lam Chan S14 leading the way, not too far behind her. Aurelia though in 14, she gets the touch. 1:12.17 from Hong Kong, and then from Canada, Aurelia 1:14.77. Erin Knox, I can hear supporters cheering for her, as I said a little earlier, which is great to hear. 1:18.19 in her time just there. And then watching our final swimmer coming in, S6, fantastic work to Ji Zhu from China. 1:47.55 for her. Amazing work, girls. That is heat 1 of 2, our second heat. We'll be up next. Oh, apologies, we still have one more swimmer in the pool that I didn't quite catch just there. And that is in lane 2, S2, P. Zhu Yip from Singapore. Fantastic work, 2:19.98. Amazing. That is heat 1. Heat 2 coming up. And so in lane 1, we will have Yang Lin Lu from China, S6. Lane 2, Jessica Tinney from Canada, S6. In lane 3, Gabriella Ben from New Zealand, S9. In lane 4, Jasmine Greenwood from Australia, S10. Also from Oz in lane 5, Alexa Leary, S9. From Mexico, Carla Francesca Bravo Gonzalez, S6. And lane 7 from Oz as well, Poppy Wilson, S10. So a few S6s just here competing against each other directly. Lanes 1, 2 and 6, and S10s 4 and 7. And away they go. A great start there for lane 4. Jasmine Greenwood from Oz, S10. Powering through there. She kind of looks unstoppable. Just right next to her we have Gabriella Ben, S9 from New Zealand. Lane 8 doing a fantastic job as well. Lane 7, that is, Poppy Wilson. With a steady stroke as well, lane 5, Alexa Leary, S9. And then just coming to the halfway mark, over in lane 1, Yalin Lu. But Jasmine Greenwood looking very strong coming into the final part of her race just here. S10 classification. She's going to get that touch on the wall. Let's check out her time. 1:14.06. And in 3, 1:21.90. Just shaving a second or just under off her time. Gabriella Ben there from New Zealand. And then coming up in lane 7, Wilson Poppy. And in lane 5, Alexa Leary as well. So Wilson Poppy, S10, getting that time 1:45.37. And then Alexa Leary, 1:47.47. Lane 1, Yarlin Liu, 1:26.13. That might have been for another touch just there. But in lane 6, we have Carla Francesca, 1:58.67. And then looking over in lane 2 here, we have Jessica Tinney in S6. Coming up to her final meters of the race, giving it everything she's got. Coming into the wall. (2:40.83). All right, next up we have our women's 100-metre multi-class backstroke. It is the Vic Opens here at the stage, swapping our para-athletes out of the water for our very homegrown Victorian athletes. As I said, just the inspiration is off the charts this morning. So good to see our Victorian multi-class athletes being able to swim after our World Para Series. Swimmers seeing what their future could be, looking how people persevere, and there'd just be so many stories and connections being made, which is just so nice in our community to have. It's always about doing your best performance. And just waiting here a moment as our final swimmer gets out of the pool. And that's Jessica Tinney. Had a fantastic swim just there. Awesome to have all our athletes coming from near and far international to our pool. But popping in the water is our Victorian athletes. One heat here. And in the water in lane 0 and 1 are coming from both Geelong. So Madeline Fox, S18 in 0. In 1, Evie Lee, S19. 2, India Baris Fitton, S14. 3, Sarah Howe, S9. 4, Kale Thompson, S14. 5, Montana Atkinson, S14. 6, Jasmine Fulgrab, S9. 7, Grace Brimlow, S8. And Kira Warwick in lane 8 for classification S6. And Jasmine Fulgrab having a great race here. And it is lanes 4 and 5 looking neck and neck at the moment. So that is Kale Thompson, S14, and also Montana Atkinson, S14. So competing against each other, Sunshine Coast Grammar, Kale is from. Montana, Hallandvale. Oh, stroke by stroke, but it looks like Montana is just pushing forward here at the moment. Bit of spurt and speed coming in strong to the wall, and she's going to pip her right here. That touch, 1:14.51. Knocking off a second off her entry time. And around about her entry time, that's Kale coming in. Third, Ballarat Gold, Sarah Howe, S9. And then we had Jasmine Fulgrab coming into the wall. And then our final swimmers coming in, touching the wall, lane 8, Kira Warwick from Flyers. Knocking off a few seconds on her entry time, which is really good to see. And Madeline Fox from Geelong over in lane 0. getting that touch into the wall as well. Under 2 minutes there. All right, next up, our open 400-meter men's freestyle. This is heat 1 of 4. Ripping, ready to go. Quite even start across the board coming out of the water. In lane 4, Matthew Glay looking good, but also be watching lane 8 at the moment. Not wanting to expend energy too early. It's Oliver McKenzie. Let's see who gets the touch at the 50-meter mark. And just leading out in front is Kaigo Imamura, if I'm saying that correctly. Apologies if not. From Japan, he is. Great to have him here today competing. Now 400 meters. Looking nice and comfortable out in front, Kaigo. But just behind him is Matthew Galea. He's not going to let him rest. That's 100 meters down, 1/4, a quarter of the way. And then hot on his heels is Stuart Swinburne in lane 2 from City of Sydney, Aquatic. Doing well also in lane 7 from Japan, Taisi Nakumi. And now the lead has switched just here. Matthew Galea getting that touch just out in front. Spurring on a little out in front here. He's going to want to keep that lead and gain a little bit more space in between Kaigo in lane 3. And as I said, Stuart Swinburne in lane 2, not giving up. Got to be watching lane 5 as well. So Elliot, Marco in 6 and Tazy in 7. Still in contention. That is halfway, and it's Matt in lane 4 leading. Using those strong, powerful arms up and over, pacing themselves. 400 can wipe you out. Like, it's where they push on to the more distance swimming, but you've got to keep up that strong, consistent pace. Matt still reaching for the stars here. He's only a second out in front of Kaigo. And then Stuart in lane 2 trying to catch up on that distance, and he has with Kaigo just there. He'll be chasing for Matt as well. And this is, you know, that third quarter of the race, which is that all-important game. But Kaigo from Japan in lane 3 catching up to Matt as he just slows his pace down a little. He's got long, beautiful stroke with his arms, but Kaigo just turning it on just there. I'll be watching in lane 4. 5, look who's kicked into it. It's Elliot Rogerson. Smooth. He knew his race plan. Gaining ground just here in the pool. He's looking like he's even going to be overtaking in that lead coming in to this final 50 meters. And I think this is going to be a real exciting finish to our race just here. Oh, and be watching Stuart Swinburne in lane 2 going head to head. He's picking up the pace just there right next to Kaigo from Japan, who is potentially, they're just crossing me right here. Kaigo is in the lead here, turning it up. Elliot Rogerson, Matt Galea trying to hold on. He's led for part of the race. And it's Cargo 3:56.51, just coming in second. Stuart Swinburne in 2. Matthew Galea 3. Elliot Rogerson 4 in that race. And just a little bit over those entry times in that heat just there. But great swims nonetheless by our guys. And now heat 2 of our 400 men's freestyle. And it begins just here, coming out neck and neck already in lanes 6 and 7, 5, 6 and 7. Silas Harris from Nuttawading, Wesley Roberts, all the way from Sydney. No, Sopak. Yes, that's right. And then Cameron Blallard from Tiger Sharks. First 50 though, and from Japan, it's Yu Jungbing. And I think the Japanese are going to give us a run for their money here with all of their entries if the first race is anything to come by. And he's looking nice and steady and consistent. Looking good in lane 7 though, Cameron Bladen. And in lane 5, Silas Harris. Getting that touch just there, quarter of the race down. Also still in contention, lane 6, Wesley Roberts, and over in lane 2 as well, James McBride. And then in the middle of it all as well, in lane 4, Ryan Wilkes, which I would hope to be expecting will turn it on a little later on in our race. A little bit of wind here at MSAC, a little bit of ripple in the pool. But all focus is on Yu Jungbin, has come in on a mission. This is only the halfway mark we are about to reach though. Cam Bladen in 7 as well, not too far behind. It's not enough here at the halfway mark that anything can't happen here. Across the pools, lanes 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the hunt. I think Cam's on a bit of a mission, and unfortunately for you, in lane 3, has just slowed his pace down a little. They'll have to all pick up their speed in that final 100 to be able to blast it home. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing in this race. None of them look content though. They all still want it. Yu, even though he's slowed, he's still keeping fine form. Cam is really going to hunt him down right now though. Let's see the difference. The final 100 meters to go. And Cam is just behind by 1 and a bit seconds on that one. Yu's going to have to watch the back of him here, and he won't be able to see very far across the other side of the pool, knowing that it's Cam in lane 7 there. And in lane 6, Wesley Roberts as well. And in lane 5, don't forget Silas. Final 100 meters. Japan's Yu just out in front by points of a second. Cam really wanting it here. And he's going to have to push, push, push. The whitewash of the power, the big kick is coming, and Cam has kicked it He is pushed out in front. He is almost out in front by a body length. He has saved himself to the final seconds of this race, and it has paid off for him. Well done, Cameron Bladen from Tiger Sharks, 3:57.04. And he has smashed his entry time. He has taken off about 9 seconds. 4:06.48 was his entry. 3:57.04 he has gotten in this second heat. Congratulations, huge swim. Heat 3, here we are. All right, let's see what those boys can produce. And that was Cameron Bladen smashing it out there in Heat 3, popping it under 4 minutes. No one in this race has an entry time under or even around that 4-minute mark. They're all around that 4:15 to 4:20-ish mark here at the moment. So I love some surprises, though. Let's see if they can put a smile on our faces here by pushing up. It's the time, it's the place. Lots of people watching, lots of supporters coming. And just with the 100-metre mark coming up, it's lane 7, Tyler Theodore from Propulsion. Not too far behind him in lane 6, right next door, we have Rowan Wine from Yarra Plenty Waves. Looking over, though, lane 4, Joshua Carnes, Nunawading. Be on the watch, right next to him as well, Nicholas Stupas. And then never forget the outside lanes. We love a bit of a surprise smoker from the unexpected outside lanes here. And we have Byron Ward in lane 9. Looking nice and content with his plan just here. And yeah, so our marquees are out. It's going to be a warm day today, 35 or so they said. Whew, but there's a bit of cloud cover. It's quite nice here in the morning just now, which is good. A nice temperature for our swimmers out here on pool deck. And it is Tyler Theodore, 2:04 at the split for the halfway mark. In lane 7, looking at Josh Carnes in lane 4, who's chasing him in second just here. And in lane 8, Cameron Riccini pushing up here. He is knuckled down. He's got all his power in his arms just here. Not much of a kick. And also be looking out for lane 3, Nicholas Stupas from Melbourne Vic Centre as well. I don't think any of these guys are gonna give it up. Not too far, quite close across the board. This is the 3/4 mark. This is the third quarter, as they say, where it's either won or lost. But I think from our 400s that we've just had already, it's all about that final 50 metres that they're going to spur away. And who is taking the lead here in this final 100 metres? It is Joshua Carnes. Gaining and slowing down there was Cameron Riccini in lane 8. He is being chased by Tyler Theodore in lane 7, who's just dropped. Oh, Cameron Riccini, powering through. He wants it. You can tell. Josh Kahn's keeping at bay just here. Nicholas Tupas in lane 3 has been pushed up on in lane 6. Rowan Wine in the mix, but I don't think he's going to be there at the final finish line. We're going to be watching. We are going to be watching Josh Kahn's in lane 4 and Cameron Riccini in lane 8. Chasing still is Tyler Theodore. He's been overtaken, but he's not giving up, and it is Kahn's now powering forward and doing all the work. A little bit earlier, Riccini expelling that energy. He's just going to miss out. And that is 4:12.75 to Josh Kahn's. Riccini 4:13.49. Tyler Theodore in 7, 4:13. And well done, Josh, taking a couple of seconds off his qualifying time just there. Great to see. And same with Riccini as well, taking off 6 off his. And we just had to stand down for a couple of moments there, causing a couple of our swimmers to fall in the water, unfortunately. But back up they go. Hopefully it hasn't rustled any feathers for them. And here we go. So heat 4 of 4 here. So in lane 3 we have Alexander Cartel from Melbourne Swimming Club. Also from the same club, we have Logan Brandy in 4. And then from MLC in lane 5, we have Hamish Robson. And so this is going to be the slowest heat of the morning according to their entry times. But it's a fantastic opportunity for our swimmers in the water in this high-performance environment. We've got a great crowd. There's a great vibe. Lots of swimmers along the side of the pool deck here, which is good to see. They're watching all of the races that are getting underway. Lots to be learnt by. And Hamish Robson is out in front at the moment. They're looking really nice. They're going stroke by stroke here at the moment. And there's a quarter of the race down. Logan Brandy keeping it with him. I feel like the kick and the touch was almost at the same time, but Hamish Robson is really extending out those arms, making it look quite fluent and effortless right here. Got the fluidity happening. And very close, which is good to see. That's what you want to see in a race. They've been put in the right race then. And some hot competitiveness, especially when you're in the lanes next to each other. Coming up to our halfway mark just here. And it's Hamish Robson from MLC that's got the lead. Only by half the body. He's got a beautiful stretch with his arm coming over. And he's just reached out by about a body length. And just looking, as I said, nice and smooth and composed. We've got Logan Brandy in lane 4. And we'll have to give him a run for his money later, I reckon. Let's get the excitement hyped up a bit later. And Alexander Cartel in 3. also in third position, who's still sticking with it, with Logan Brandy in lane 4. And so if you want to find us on Facebook or join in with any chat, find us at SwimVic. Or also we have our Instagram. So if you're here at the event or know someone here or are watching and want to share that you're watching, we are swim_Vic. Go and check out some of our posts. Get involved. Get supporting. You know, we've got a lot of supporters here today in the flesh, which is good to see. And this is our final 100 metres we are in now. And Hamish Robson just did what he had to do. He's just powered through here. He's got a bit more of a kick involved. His legs are adding some power to the push forward in his race. And I don't think you're going to get him slowing down for these final 50 either. He's out in front. Let's check out by how many seconds once. It is now Alexander Cartel who's in front. And he's about 3 seconds out in front here. And Alexander Cartel hanging at the back for the first 3 quarters of the race, but knew his strength would lie in a bit of power to the finish. And oh, who's not giving up? It is Logan Brandy. He knows that he wants to come in that second position. And Hamish Robson gets a cheer from the crowd. 4:16.95. And that is fantastic. 6 seconds off his entry time. Awesome to see. It's awesome to see PBs. And that is our 400 open men's here for Victoria. That was heat 4 of 4. Coming up next, look to the other end of the pool for the start. It's our 50-metre butterfly for the women. 8 heats, we love it. I reckon it's a really tough stroke, to be honest. Butterfly, lots of technique, but also a lot of power needed, like a lot of power from the arms. Big push coming up, 50 metres. Not as hard as, you know, the 200-metre butterfly. You can blast a 50. It's going to really come into the rhythm that they have with their body. I reckon not all of them are going to breathe every stroke, depending on what your race plan is and what you're comfortable with. But heats 1 of 8. This is our fastest heat we're kicking off with here at the moment. Oh, and hard to tell, but in lane 4, we've got Nisa Klankar pushing out in front of Olivia Wunsch in lane 3, and then Isabella Boyd in lane 5. And it is Nisa 26.91, just under her time for entry. And the fun fact is she's from Savannah. It's cool to be able to have her in. They're having chats over the lane reps at the end of the race, which is also really good to see. A powerful swim by the girls. And it was Olivia Wunsch coming in second, and she's knocked off some time off her entry time. Big smiles as the girls finish that first heat. Second one, here we go. And that was a good start. Lane 3, Chloe Rowe-Haggins from St Andrews. A couple of Southport girls in the mix in the middle just there. And she is powerful, chasing her though. Kayla Costa in lane 4. One of those Southport girls, blitzing it. Out in front. Can't wait to see her time. 27.79. Just over a qualifying time, but still a fantastic swim. In second there was Chloe in lane 3. And then in third was Gabriella Pinger, also from Southport, in lane 5. Good to see a mix of people in there. From Melbourne, Shepparton, Southport, Yeronga, St Andrews. And now it's our third heat. They just happened just like that. Japan, we've got an athlete in lane 3. Her name is China. From Kenya, we have Imra Bella in lane 4 from New Zealand. Amy Crosby in lane 5, as well as in our Oz athletes in the mix. The first one I saw was Mia Holler over in lane 0. Good start, but powering out in front. We have lane 5, Amy from New Zealand. Gets it, 27.91. Just over qualifying, but that is A-OK. Coming in second just there, China from Japan, coincidentally, 28.28. And then in third, we had Yuhu Kim from Melbourne Vic Centre. Yunhu, apologies, not Yuhu. And there's so much going on. A lot happens here on the mic as well. All right, heat 4. A mix more locally, Geelong, Nuttawading, Doncaster, Templestowe, Halbury in the mix here. And it was the couple of girls from Nuttawading, Dakota, Alicia, coming out up nice and strong in lanes 3 and 4. It is Alicia leading the way, but be looking across the board. Corinne Tan. Oh, and don't be forgetting lane 6, Nicole Briscoe from Geelong. Also in there as well, but it's Corinne Tan. The board has been updated 29.26. And she is knocked off just under a second. Looking to be a PB, which is awesome to see. Awesome effort, girls. All right, as they surf it, it's quite even across the middle of the pool just here. Looking around, and in lane 3, Alessandra Southern, Kiara Walsh. Oh, but out in front of the moment is Jessalyn Lee Zing Lim in lane 0 from Surrey Park as well. It's going to be a close one. It's an exciting finish. Oh, and who do we have here? Updating on the board, we're waiting. It's Jessalyn Lee Zing, 29.36, all the way in lane 0. And she is knocked it off by a second. Getting that PB, which is good to see. Layla Manfuz also having a fantastic swim and a great time. And then Tara Barnwell from Nuttawading, lane 8. In third just there. Also knocking off time as well. Awesome results. That's what we want to see. Fantastic performances by our swimmers. Heat 6. About to begin. All right, in the water just here. No lane 4 by the looks of it. Power coming from lane 5, though, just out in front, or is it lane 3? It's so close, it's hard to tell. Alessandra Southern in lane 3. In lane 5, Neve Longmire. And it is Amelia Blake, lane 1, 26.21. She has smashed that out of the park. Her entry time, over 30 seconds. She has wiped 5 seconds, almost 5 seconds off her time. She'd be wrapped. Alessandra Southern coming in second just there. And then Neve Longmire in third. The sun has just come out to play here at MSAC. Bit of glare off the middle of the first few lanes. This is heat 7. And that is a great start by Claire Lewis over in lane 0. Looking like she's leading the way here at the moment. As I said, a bit of glare, but nothing to care about in lanes 3 and 4. We're looking at Lillian Staggard and Jessica Proudlock. Oh, lanes 5. With these 50s, it is hard to tell. Jessica Proudlock, 30.23. Just knocking off some time. Love to see that. Then Lillian Staggard in second, 30.33. And in third, Grace Nung, 30.46. Knocking off a little bit of time there as well, just under a second. Grace from East Gippsland Water Dragons. Good to see a range of clubs from across the state getting involved, and a few internationals here as well. This next heat, we've got Nuttawading, St Leonard's, Bendigo East, Surrey Park, Melbourne Swimming Club. I come from a regional town myself, so I'm a bit of a big softie when it comes to our rural clubs getting involved. And that was Sienna Stone in lane 9, 30.08. Awesome work, girls. That was 8 heats. Flew by. Such powerful, strong swimming. Next up, we have our 200-metre butterfly for our men's. There are 3 heats. First heat up on the block. We're turning to the other end of the pool for the start. See our beautiful flags behind. Up onto the blocks. All right, super interesting start just here. Looks like in lane 6 it's Cameron Bladen, who was just only in the 400 metre, who had a massive win in the 400 metre freestyle just earlier, backing it up with 200 metre butterfly. As I said, 200 metres in butterfly, wow, it's a long way. There is such a rhythm that you need to just be in. And he is leading the way at that first 50. And so, yeah, he is the one in the orange cap in lane 6. And just behind, Seabom Lee, a fantastic swimmer from Carlisle Swimming. Also in a sort of a pale orange cap, just popping out of the water right next to him. He's had some fantastic experience in races in butterfly, so do not count him out at all. In lane 4 we have Brendan Smith, and so Brendan is from Griffith University Swimming in the mix just here, and not too far behind, so still keep a watch on him, James McBride. And this is our final 50. Bring it on, guys, let's take it home. Really keen to see what Cameron Bladen can smash out with the energy that he has left after his earlier race. And Seabom Lee, always impressive. Cameron just dipping behind us there. It's between Brendan Smith in 4 and Seabom Lee in 5, and it's neck and neck. Seabom Lee maybe just out in front. It's going to come down to the touch of the wall. They're going to need everything they've got. It's about the timing, and it is C-Bomb Lee, 2:03.60 by 0.02 of a second. Brendan Smith has just come from behind, and a big high five of understanding and a fierce competitive nature of the relationship, but of support as well. C-Bomb and Brendan grab hands at the end. Huge. And so not coming over their qualifying times just there, but still great swims. This is heat 2 of 3. And that was a good start by William Campbell in lane 6. He is from New Zealand. Also, we have another international, Yuki from Japan in lane 4. Let's check it out, this first 50 point here. And Yuki just out in front, not too far behind. Haruku from Nunawading in lane 4. And big elevation out of the water Yuki has from Japan when he is coming up and out. Flying quite high, very similar to Haruki in lane 4. Maybe a little bit closer to the water there. We have Evan Chi in lane 5 from Nunawading. And then be watching also William Campbell, who had that great start in lane 6. Halfway mark here. And it is still Yuki from Japan out in front, trying to catch, putting a little bit more power into it though. Evan Chi from Nunawading. Don't be counting him out whatsoever. And Haruki trying just behind Evan Chi though. Pushing up, is not going to be too far behind. 1 second behind Yuki from Japan in lane 4. Final 50 meters. Let's expend that energy. This is where it's gonna count, this final heat. Final 25 meters, I should say. 50 meters, and it's really Yuki in a class and a race of his own here to the finish. The second battle is between Haruki and Evan in lanes 3 and 5. Evan a little bit closer here to the wall. And Yuki from Japan, 2:04.79. Evan, 2:07.26. And Haruki, 2:07.91. Having a bit of a chat after the end of the race in the pool at the lanes between Yuki and Haruki. This is heat 3 of 3 coming up. All right, heat 3 in the water. That's a fantastic start to our middle lanes just there. Huge power coming out of the water. I'm not really sure what to expect. Hopefully, some great times. That's William Petrick from Nuttawatting out in front, 27 on that first 50 metres. And so William Petrick has a qualifying time of 2 minutes, 0.00, so just stranded 2 minutes, 0.67. So I'm excited to see him break away is what I'm going to assume in this swim here, in this race. Keeping up with him, though, is Lev, if I can say his last name correctly, Makarushkin. Hopefully I'm correct on that. And Lev from Melbourne Vic Centre, in with our second fastest qualifying time. It's going to be pushed to the max to keep up with him. This is now coming into the end of our third 50 metres. There's only 50 metres to go. Hamish McLennan in lane 6 also wanting to give it a crack too. And over in lane 3 as well, we've got Josh Kingston. And it's William Petrick just out in front. I want to see if he can shake off Lev. Oh, and he has, looking back at our pool in that split there. Fantastic work to be able to just push that away. He's focusing forward. He's stayed under the water for a breath there. Coming up for 2. That's been his rhythm. 2:02.91 and Lev 2:05.21. Josh Kingston 2:08.73. And all just a little over their qualifying times, but that's all right. That was still some great swims by all of our athletes here. Next up, we have our 100-metre butterfly for our multi-class swimmers. It is for our World Para Series here. We have 3 heats, all vying for those points. This is the first event of the series here in Melbourne and MSAC. So good to have such great quality talent and swimming from our multi-class swimmers from all around the world. I'm super excited to see them swim. Makes me want to do more. Get out there, start training, doing something a little bit more, because they're such a committed community to their sport here of swimming. And it pays off. It's so good to see them succeed. So 100-metre butterfly in lane 0, Hong Ling Wu S8 from China. In lane 1, Hon Ying Wong from Hong Kong S14. And 2, Sun Lok Chung from Hong Kong S14. Timothy Hodge in lane 3 from Oz S9. Also from Oz, Cole Pierce S10. From Oz in lane 5, Liam Schulter S14. From Oz, Bailey Stewart, S14 as well. In lane 7, Asher Jude Smith Franklin from New Zealand, S14. And then we have Wei Sung To from Singapore, S7 in lane 8. And I had to get through that really quickly because they're already here, coming towards the end of their race. And coming up out in front, Cole Pierce smashing it here as an S10 classification from Australia. Head and head, we have Timothy Hodge and Sun Lok Chung in lanes 3 and 2. An exciting finish, a powerful finish there. 5:8, 58, 7:7. And coming in, Timothy Hodge there, 1:01.12 as knocked off time for him. Just under a second, 1:01.86 by Sun Lok from Hong Kong. Also knocking off a second here. Great to see. All right, starting it before the race here. Wang Lok Tang, or Wai Lok Tang, S14 for Hong Kong in lane 1. Lane 2, Jared Dyer, S14, Australia. Lane 3, Rowan Crothers, S10, Australia. Lane 4, also from Oz, Alex Safi, S10. Lane 5, Alexander Elliott from Canada, S10. Lane 6, Barry McClements, S9 from Ireland. Lane 7, Z Wei Wong from Singapore, S13. And Ian Edwards from New Zealand, S9 in lane 8. So our lanes 1 and 2, S14 directly competing with each other. Lanes 3, 4 and 5 also directly competing with each other as S10s. And that is a great start there in lane 4 to Alex Safi from Australia. This is a cracker of a race already. Let's check out the halfway mark. Who's in front here at the split? And it is Alex Safi, 28.38. He's competing directly with lanes 3 and 5 right next to him. That is Alexander and Rowan. And he's coming in with a strong finish here. Catching him though. Be watching out for Alexander Elliott. Looking quite smooth. As I said, they're directly competing with each other. The first two that are out in front here. Alex Safi, 59.99. Alexander Elliott, 101.51.15. And then it was Jared Dwyer who was out in front there with the first S2 S14s in that race there. Nice work. All right, heat 3. We have Onta Yuzono, S10 from Japan in lane 1. Lane 2, Amchu Tomita from Japan, S11. Ka Chun Hugh, S14 from Hong Kong in lane 3. Lane 4, Nicholas Bennett from Canada, S14. Lane 5, Akito Minai, S10 from Japan. From Oz, homegrown, Thomas Gallagher, S10. Wei Sung Darren Chan from Singapore, S14. And in lane 8, we have Joshua Wilmer, S9 from New Zealand. And away they go just here, all vying for points from the City World Para Series. First event of the year, so an important one to have a good start here. All happening at our pool here at MSAC in Melbourne. It's a warm day. I reckon it'd be about 25 degrees by now, but nice cloud cover. Let's check out halfway mark who is leading up on the board with the split. Nicholas Bennett, S14 from Canada. Leading out in front, he's directly competing with lane 3 right next to him. A few S14s in the mix here, also in lane 7. In that competition here as well, directly competing against each other. But fantastic here to see. Coming into the wall just here, it is our final meterage. Nicholas Bennett from Canada, 59.51. Next we have Akito Minai from Japan, 101.13. And in third, Thomas Gallagher, 104.05. Again, love it that our World Para Series athletes kick off the start of this particular heat and event. Kick off this event, I should say, because next up we have our local Victorian Open multi-class athletes. There is one heat, our 100-meter butterfly, about to begin. Just sorting a few things out, standing down for the moment before this event gets underway. So who is going to be in it when we do commence? In lane 1, Bradley Doolan from Geelong Swimming Club, S18. In lane 2, Callum Simpson from Flinders, S8. In lane 3, Henry Hughes from Warringah, S15. In lane 4, Nicholas Layton from Western Melbourne Propulsion, S15. In lane 5, Dylan Logan from Melbourne Swimming Club, S15 as well. And in lane 6, we have Beau Matthews from SLC Aquatic, S9. And Kelvin Tran from Oasis Otters in lane 7, S14. So we're just getting a few things sorted. As I said, we'll be starting shortly. But yeah, awesome to have our World Para Series. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, next up, those guys and girls, our swimmers, will then head to Italy to compete in March 9th to 12th. So the Victorians here listening to our broadcast on KO Sports. That's our long weekend here in Victoria. But you know what our swimmers will be doing? They'll be swimming all the way over in Italy, in Lugano. Not too long after, next weekend, they will be having more racing time in Sheffield in Great Britain. Before in April, heading to USA, Indianapolis. Then they head to Berlin, France, and Mexico a little later on in the year, which is just, yeah, really cool to see. Lots of great high performance opportunities to test it out. Now, a lot of our Victorian swimmers here have been working hard training over the summer. It's the first time they've probably had a real good block of training over the past couple of years as well, after, you know, interruptions because of COVID and going back and forth with things. So really good to be able to see them coming out here and blitzing it out in the pool. And as you look around the pool, we've got a lot of supporters here today. Really good to see. Lots of cheers as well. That's what we want. There's a lot of commitment behind swimming, as a lot of you would know. So yeah, before that infraction report, unfortunately there is an infraction. Keeping our swimmers in line here, and that's read out a little bit after, but all the details are read out, and you can hear it on the broadcast here as well. You learn from those infractions, you correct, and then you put that into your swimming in your other races. But as I was saying before that announcement, there's a lot of commitment to swimming, definitely by our athletes. There's a lot of training and a lot of hours being put into the pool, a lot by our coaches as well. We couldn't do it without our coaches. Very highly skilled and give a lot of their time and energy into the success of our swimmers, both for in the pool and both for off the pool. We have great relationships with our swimming community all round, and also part of our swimming community is a lot of our parents and all the people that take all of our swimmers that or have been for years to the pool, to the training sessions, to competitions, to the gym. You're much, much, much appreciated, and yeah, this wouldn't be able to be possible without you, and especially for our multi-class swimmers and all the support provided for them. So thanks for tuning in, and yeah, thanks for all your energy and effort over the many years that have created the athletes that you see on your screen. Here we go, the 100-meter multi-class open Vic butterfly. And so with our classifications here today, it is lanes 3, 4 and 5. It is lanes 3, 4 and 5 that are directly competing against each other as S15 classifications. And that's who's leading the way here at the moment. It's going to be the touch there for Leighton, Nicholas Leighton, 28.35 at the halfway mark. Now just behind him though is Dylan Logan from Melbourne Swimming Club in lane 5. And then coming in third here just at the moment is Henry Hughes in lane 3. But powering to the very end, it's Nicholas Leighton. About to get the touch just here. 57.27. So close to his entry time just there. Fantastic effort. And our final swimmer coming in here, Bradley Doolan, 1:37.49. Nice work, Bradley. Awesome work for all of our swimmers. Next up, we have the girls. It's our women's multi-class Vic Open butterfly. All right, here we go. And so in the water just here for our 100-metre multi-class butterfly. Now leading out in lane 4, we have Montana Atkinson, who was in the pool a little earlier. S14 classification in lane 5. Jasmine Fulgrab from Cloverest, S9 classification. And in lane 3, Kira Warwick, S6, and she is from Flyers. So good to see. And at the turn there, 39.70, Jasmine. But it's Montana Atkinson leading the way here. Beautiful stroke. She's pairing it. One breath out of the water, one with her head down. And she's got a beautiful rhythm there, and that's what we want to see with our swimmers in butterfly. Got some cheers from the crowd too, which is really nice. Coming into the wall, Montana is 1:14.33. Nice work, and let's check out Jasmine. And gets the touch, 1:25.22. Great job. And then coming on in, doing a fantastic job, we have Kira Warwick, S6 from Flyers. She's got this coming into the finish. 1:47.07. Great work, girls. Transitioning to our next event. And just repeating, yes, This is the 100-metre breaststroke for our women. One of 6 heats. And our Victorian record time is by Liesl Jones, all the way back in 2006 at 1 minute 05:09. Incredible swimmer, Liesl. Lots to aspire for this time. This is our first heat. And no Chelsea Hodges in lane 4, but all the other girls are in, ready and raring to go. Fantastic start in the purple by Zelinka Pratt-Smith, New Zealander, in the pool. Right next to her, though, is Zoe Deacon in lane 5 from Nuttawading. Also a flying start over in lane 3. We've got Leah Mulliner. And the halfway mark here, Zoe 33.23, and not even a second behind Zalika in lane 6. This is going to be an interesting finish. Girls on the outside doing well too. So that's Leah Mulliner and Romy Hurd, but it is Zoe Deacon's to lose here from Nuttawading. She is out in front. Not too much of a splash. Nice and smooth coming out of the water. Zelinka from New Zealand trying to catch her. It's going to come down to that touch. Zoe has got it. 1:10.94. Not too far behind Zelinka. 1:12.24. And in third, we had Leah Mulliner from Southport. 1:15.27. Romy Hurd really tried to chase her there to the line. Heat 2. All right, in the water, a few Nuttawading girls in the mix. In lane 4, Michaela Smith. Having a great start there. It's very even across lanes 4, 5, 6, and even looking at lane 8 as well. Looking over at Brooke Bennett from New Zealand. Check it, 3 as well, Madeline Horvath. Not going to be giving up as well. And Michaela really taking control of this race in this second 50. It was that split that pushed her out in front. Behind her from Nuttawading in lane 3. But it is Riddell Smith in lane 5 who's going to be chasing her for second from Nuttawading. Pushing up is Taylor Odell in 6.2. Michaela gets it 1:10.06. She is from Griffith. In second, Riddell Smith, 1:11.73. Nice work. Lots of girls in this event. 6 heats. This is the third. And a ripping start there. Kaylee McEwen. Apologies there. Kaylee doing an awesome job. Griffith University right next to her though. Mikey. The Flying Dutchwoman is what they call her, from Surrey Park. Kaylee just leading the way. Mikey not far behind. In Japan, in lane 3, we've got Katomi. Oh, and Kaylee pushing it out. Really making it her own race. Hers to lose now as we come to the line. Coming up as well, Katomi in lane 3. Can Mikey from Surrey Park hold on? Chasing her as well as Lily Kosh in lane 6. It is all Kaylee's. Popping into the wall, 1:09.14. Ticking off just under a second, knocking it off her qualifying. Good to see. Mikey, 1:11.08. Good job is what they're yelling at from the crowd. They're all wanting to get into the final in the evening. So it really is about that best time. You can be chased down from other heats. This is heat 4 now. And that's an exciting start by Brooke Thwaites from DVE in lane 8. Lane 7, we have Emily Price. And getting the touch halfway, it is Brooke. Sophia Hogg in lane 4 from Tiger Sharks. I reckon this is going to be a really tight final 50 metres of this race. Time to pick up the pace. It's all about that big, strong, powerful kick underneath the water, pushing forward. And there's always a differing technique person to person and, you know, from coach to coach as well. Brooke Thwaites, lane 8, in the pink suit, pushing out in front. Sophia Hogg in the orange cap, trying to chase her down, as well as look at Tahani Cronin from Nunawading in lane 9. Emily Price in lane 7. And it is Brooke, 1:17.56. Awesome work. 2 seconds off her qualifying. Brilliant. Second, Sophia Hogg, 1:18. That's about right for Sophia. And let's look at third. That is Tahani Cronin. Nice work. Okay, looking at lane 4 here at the moment, pushing it in front. I feel like it's a very aggressive stroke, but it is working for her. It's Lola Shames from Melbourne Vic Centre. Lane 5, not far behind her, we have Kira Stevens, and in lane 6, Kate Cronin from New Zealand, or Cohen, I should say, from New Zealand. Kira leading 36.09 at that split. It's the halfway point. I feel like we've got someone from the Tiger Sharks. It's Jessica Proudlock also in lane 2, who's picking up that pace there. I think she's just focusing on her own race as well. And she is leading now as they come across my table here. Fantastic work, speeding up in this final 50. Jessica Proudlock. It's going to be a tight one for second as well. Proudlock gets it in 1:18.64. 2 to 3 seconds off her BB when you're looking at the numbers. Coming in from New Zealand, Kate Cohen in 2. Second shaved off for her. And third in that from Geelong, Sarah Pravilli. Awesome. Great swim, girls. Final heat. It's heat 6. And the theme is blue for the swimming suits here. Into the pool, camouflaging in. We have 5 swimmers in the water. Cheltenham, Halberry, MLC and Shepparton. And that is a really good start for lane 4. We've got Zoe McKenna from MLC. Keeping her on her toes though, Mackenzie Zack in the lane 3 right next to her. It's going to be a close one as well, because I feel like Shiloh Lothian in lane 2 is gaining a bit of speed there, and she is. Mackenzie 37.08 in lane 3, leading the split there. It's a tight one, which is good to see for our swimmers. Gaining just a little bit more speed, Shiloh. The hup from the crowd. Someone's got a coach there. Picking up those Zoe McKenna from MLC in lane 4. Big, powerful kick. She's going up quite high with her body out of the water. It's working for her. Don't be forgetting, though, Madison Hayward. (1:18.63). Big cheer from the crowd. Zoe McKenna, and then second Madison Hayward, who zipped up to claim that second spot here in this heat. 1:19.82. That's 3 seconds off her, probably a PB. Awesome. Let's look towards the other end of the pool now. Starting here, it's the 50-metre breaststroke for the men's. And the record for the Victorian men's, it is Cameron Vanderburg in 2007, 27.49. Let's see what these guys can hit. And it is quick, always with our 50s. This should be the quickest heat. We'll see though. We always love getting surprised. And middle of the board, fierce there. Samuel Williamson in lane 4. Just behind him is Yuta Amashi from Japan. Neck and neck they are for second position. Haig Buckingham as well. Smashing it out there. 27.97. Very close to that record I was just telling you about. Samuel Williamson, one to watch here, especially when it comes to that final. Utah coming second there from Japan in that heat. We're up to heat 2 already. Okay, quite even across the board, but again, it is lane 4. Joshua Young really getting a crack there from UWA West Coast. Just behind him like a flying V. Cameron Jordan from Bendigo in lane 5. 27.86 for Josh. Just behind his entry time, Cameron Jordan, 28.47. Same thing for him. Calvin Reed in third. And now it is heat 3. All vying for the spot in the finals. All right, some great reaction times we've been having with our 50s here with the guys. Getting into the water, and it is lane 5 here at the moment. Adam Selwood, no Matthew Wilson in lane 4. Looking across in lane 3, though, they're vying for it. Wilrich Correz from New Zealand, or Cortez, I should say, coming into the wall. Callum Halloran Laval, 23.24. I'm not sure if that's correct. Up on the board, it's redoing it. That's right. Adam Selwood from Propulsion, 28.99 for that. Wilrich Cortez from New Zealand, 29.32. And then it was Edward Meddings, 29.54. Heat 4 of 7, getting up on the blocks. Loving the energy from that race. It is Thomas Sutherland, 30.10. Awesome work. He's just taken 1 second off his time. Heat 5 is up next. All right, great start there. Thomas Lightfoot from Marion. Huge energy over there in lane 0 and 1. But putting it into practice, it's Thomas not too far behind. Chasing him, though, is Lewis Chen and Harry Hay in 5 and 6. Watching for lane 9 as well for Harry Heath. Lane 7 also did a fantastic job. 1, Thomas Lightfoot, 39.5. 2, Lewis Chen, 39.6. Oh, 0.01 of a second between them. Heat 6, here we are. Lots of great competitive spirit out here today, and also just everyone's competing with themselves. They want that time, keen to do their best. They're keen to get into the final. And that's what we want to see. Best performances out here on the block. Oh, it's a really tough one to be calling this one. It is, they're just passing me, and it is so even across the middle of the pool here. We've got Jackson Clerks in 4, Owen Warsham in 5. It'll come down to the wall. Owen Warsham, 31.89. Great work, shaving a second off there on his qualifying time. Jerway Zhang as well from Surrey Park, teammate, 31.991. Oh, so close again, points of a second. Again, taking off time. Heat 7 to 7. All right, underway here already. The hop from the coaches. Great start there. Lane 1, we've got Joshua Witkowski. But it is Henry in lane 5 who's going to be taking it out. 32.32. Nice work, Alexander Buckland. 32.60, and then it was Mitchell Davies, 32.67. And that was all of our men's 50-metre breaststroke heats. Next up, we have the women's 400-metre IM. 2 heats coming right up. And we are here. It is our women's 400 metre IM. This is the first leg. We have the butterfly. Now, this is a timed final between these two heats here. So it is all about the time. So they're wanting to produce their best result right here, right now in this race. So 50 for each stroke as the first split. Oh, apologies. Gotten ahead of myself. It's not 200, it's the 400. It is 100 for each stroke. And leading out in front here at the moment in lane 3, we have Isabella Osborne. Missing a couple of our athletes in the middle there. Tara Barnwell and Ashley Dunn not in it in lanes 4 and 5. And then we have Judy Hassan Aman from MLC following in lane 6 here. So only 4 athletes in it. All right, still leading out here, we have Isabella Osborne. Oh, sorry. Looking up, it is lane 6. It is Judy Hussein Aman who's taking the lead just here in the backstroke. Nice, cool, confident stroke. Really great placement with her arms, stretching back, forward and over. The kick underwater, looking quite seamless. And yeah, just slowing down a little bit on this leg was Isabella Osborne, who had a cracking start with the butterfly. And then neck and neck, we have Amelia Otto in 7 and Riley Cardo in lane 2. Into the breaststroke we go. And Judy still leading the way in lane 6. This is kind of the make or break leg, is what they say. And breaststroke can be the hardest. If you're a breaststroker, this is where you catch your ground. This is where you put the effort in, you chase it up. And I'm looking over at Riley Cardo from Surrey Park. Surrey Park known for some really good breaststrokers. But again, looking calm, cool, and just collected and confident. Judy Hussein Aman from MLC in lane 6. From now, it is going to be her race to lose. Second 50 with this breaststroke with the turn. And now Riley Cardo has pushed out in front. She's still 5 seconds behind Judy, so she's got the lead by 5 here at the moment. But Riley has overtaken Isabella Osborne. Strong leg for Riley just here. And look at that. She is catching Judy now. She is a body length behind her. It's going to come to the final 200. Judy's not going to want to lose it. The question is, does she have energy to be able to finish it off? Sticking with it still is Amelia Otto, not too far behind Isabella Osborne now. And it is the freestyle. They've both put the legs into the work. It's the kick, a bit more splash there from Riley Cardo. But strong arms lengthening out in front from Judy in 6. The final turn. Judy out in front. She stretched it. It's back to that few second mark. I still think she's got energy to give it to the end. Final 25 meters. Judy's in control now. She's going to take it home. A huge effort by Riley Cardo to be commended on, but the smooth moves of Judy has pushed her out in front, and she's picked up pace coming into the final 5 metres here as well, and that's class. 5:16.83. And she has taken off I'm just trying to do my maths just here, about 8 seconds off her entry time. Fantastic work, Judy. Isabella Osborne, well done, but it was Riley Cardo with a tremendous effort as well, who's right on the mark for her time. And that was actually our only IM that we had there. So it was only one heat for our women's 400-metre IM. We are now into the 100-metre freestyle. This is heat 1 of 7, a cracking start. It is Kate Campbell that has the Victorian record. 53 seconds, 53.2 seconds. Halfway mark, it is Kaylee McEwen, the legend that she is. There's a big go from the crowd. But yeah, Kaylee is looking really slick just here. Chasing her though, Isabella Boyd from Nuttawading. Oh, is she going to catch her right at the end? Let's check it out. Kaylee, 53.86. Isabella, 56.23. Samira, 57.38. This is our second heat underway. A lot of power coming from the water just here as well. A lot of whitewash. Very even across those middle lanes. Oh my gosh, absolutely. Let's check out. Halfway leading, it's Olivia Wunsch, who swam earlier, 27.44. Not far behind her, Elise Woods in 5. And she's pulling out in front just by half a body just here. Tamsin Cook trying to keep up with her. It's going to be a big battle for second, but in style, Olivia Wunsch out in front. 56.17. Second, it's Holly Neville in 6. And third, we've got Tamsin Cook. Heat 3 of 7 coming up. And what a cracker start that is in lane 4, Niza Klenka from Slovenia. One of our international swimmers in lane 6 as well. Chloe Rowe Haggins coming up to the halfway mark. 50 metres down. And it is Niza Klenka from Slovenia, 27.11 with that split. She wants it. It's hers, I reckon. She's coming in. Keeping that pace. Can she hold the next 25? I'm going to say she can. She is. She's blitzing away. Chasing her, though. Georgia in lane 5 and Chloe in lane 6. Battle for second, that's for sure. Niza, 56.17. And then who got second? It was Georgia, 56.93. Halfway, Talia Prenzler, 28.62 with that split. Looking very nice. Chasing her in lane 5, Abby Gibson, keeping her side by side. Looking over at lane 3 as well, and then lane 0, Tali Grant, also doing a great job, as well as lane 7 from Surrey Park, Natasha Coleman. Oh, and it's neck and neck, lanes 3 and 4. Oh, I should have said lanes 4 and 5. And it is Talia just getting it, 59.67. Shaving a second off her time. Beautifully done. This is heat 5, 100-meter free. Oh, great start to all competitors. Getting a bit of difference just here in the pool just now. Liking the style of Zoe DeCon, number 6 from Nuttawading. Pushing it up is lane 5, Stephanie Moran as well. Let's check it out. Oh, Stephanie Moran, 29 with that split just there. Power to the pool, power in the pool. Final 25 metres, and I'm not sure what's going on. There is Stephanie Moran leading the way just here out in front, but big chase for second. Huge. Looking at lane 2 as well, Riley McBride. Looking at sweeping at lane 9 too, Catherine Boyle for second. Looking like 5 and then 6. Stephanie Moran, 1 minute, 0.42. Then Zoe, 1:50. Super close. And then Catherine Boyle over in lane 9. All right. Great start, lane 8, Tiny Cronin. Lane 4, though, looking controlled, Brianna Burgess from Surrey Park. Lane 3, too, Sophia Balan. Also, Sarah Catal, lane 0, working hard over there. Looking at lane 3, Sophia, though, bringing it forward. She's going to bring it home. Chasing behind her is Zalia Schneider's lane 2. Lane 5, though, Amber George not giving up. Lane 8 in the mix. And celebrations for Sophia Balan, 1 minute, 7.79. And it is heating up in the pool and out of the pool here today. It's getting a little bit hotter. Super dupers all around here. This is our final heat, heat 7, the halfway mark here. What's the split? It's Arabella Tomlinson, 29.65. Be watching over there on the other side of the pool, though, Hannah Wagner from Bayside in lane 0. Also lane 4 to Rihanna Chen from DVE on the chase. Arabella just holding on to the lead. I think it's almost pushed out. Be watching Hannah in lane 1. 4 athletes across the pool. Who's it going to be? And Eliza Huffington from Melbourne Vic Centre. Houghton, I should say. Got too excited. Coming in strong, 1:01.70. Took off a second off her time. She'd be pleased. Now to the guys. We have the men's 100-metre freestyle. Lots of entrants in this, lots of great times. This is heat 1 of 9 coming up. Get ready for lots of action here in our pool. And excitement and power occurring already. Lots of quick times in these first few heats that they qualified with. All right, here comes the split, 50 metres. It's Isaac Cooper, 24.09. Nicely done. And he's coming in strong just here. Chasing him, though, we've got William Yang in lane 4, who's just sped out in front. Brilliantly done. It's going to be a battle for second with the times just here. Looking at lane 7, too. Don't count anyone out. William Yang, 49.58.
Chelsea, it's a pretty quick swim. Anytime we're seeing a 49 in the heats, it's a good sign. Things to come for tonight, maybe a 48 point.
Definitely, and welcome Tim Roberts to our broadcast here this morning. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, Chelsea. Yeah, it's a hot morning, isn't it?
Ooh, it is a little bit steamy here. It only just leveled up, maybe only about half an hour ago, but it means, you know, not too much clothing needs to remain on before jumping in the pool for our swimmers.
It's good. It means you stay warm before you race.
And so heat 2 of 9.
Standing over the other side of the pool this morning, and it was seriously hot in the sun, so big swimmers need to make sure they're wearing their sunscreen today.
Yeah, well, we did have a bit of shine on the first, few lanes of the pool, but now it's become a bit overcast. So even Steven, it's fair for everyone.
Yeah, we should see hopefully another couple of times under that 50-second mark of this 100 freestyle. You think come nationals, you have to be going 48 high, 49.
And coming out, Cameron Bladen, who had a ripper of a freestyle race earlier this morning.
There you go, Jack Carr takes that there at 49.9.
Beautifully done. And so his entry time was 51.85, so he's taken it off. And that's a great start by lane 6, Suda Hokada from Japan there. It's been nice to have a few internationals in the pool, a bit more competition and levelling up all of our athletes with their times to persevere and push on.
It's a pretty awesome field we have here at Aquatic Open this weekend. We've got a couple of big clubs from Queensland, New South Wales down, a couple of national clubs here, the World Para Series. The names like Kaylee McEwen's down having a race, Brendan Smith, 2 Olympians. So it's so good for these younger swimmers here in Victoria who are in their junior programs who get to up in the warm-up pool or even be in the same heat as some Olympians.
And it's a fierce finish just here. And it is Jez Gorman with the crowd going, 0.02 of a second between Ashton just behind him.
Let's continue to be going under that 50 points tonight in the final.
And yeah, Kaylee had some fantastic swims just earlier. All right, moving on to our 4th heat.
So those first 3 heats were our seeded heats. Now we move on to the last 5 heats here. And for these guys, they're going to be wanting to push that 50-point, 55 and see if they can maybe sneak into a B final and maybe even possibly if they swim well enough an A final.
And who's really given a crack at this first 50 metres is Callum Halloran Laval.
Yeah, some familiar names in Victoria here. Toby McCormish, Liam Malloy. We've also got Brendo Smith out there. Not known for his 100-metre freestyle. He's more of a 400 free, 2 free, 4 AM, even 1500. So he hasn't quite got the front end speed, but he expects him to finish strong here. That's not Liam Malloy. He's cruising away here in lane 4 from Taylor Britt. Out wide there, Callum Halloran Laval. Coming down the wall now. Here's Liam Malloy down at 52.35.
All right, this is heat 5, 100-metre free. That's a great start out wide to Dominic Sue from MLC in lane 9, and also to Adam Selwood in 8. Again, lots of power in the pool there. Looking at lane 6, Ethan Ravensdale. Let's check out the split. Samuel Keenan in front.
25-6. I just think Jackie got 2 minutes.
Heat 6, here we go. In the water just now, Cooper Sutherland, great start just there. Same with Calvin Reid on the outside lanes. Big whitewash in here at the moment. Lane 6, big right-hand arm coming over from Riley Mitchell. Nuttawading. The split looking about lane 5 though, although check out Hamish McLennan in lane 1 all the way over there. The pink cap from Warringah Aquatic. We love when there's some outside lane competition. Bring on the surprises. Looking at lanes 5 and 6 at the moment in a tussle to Yash Pakai and Riley Mitchell. Lane 5, Yash, 54.11. He'd be pleased. Taking off some time. Heat 7, fantastic start. Alexander Hillman in Surrey Park. Really quite tight across all the entry times. So expecting a big race. Looking over in lane 2 as well. Xavier Purcell from Propulsion. Middle lanes though, tussling it out. The split, let's see. Logan McDonald lane 3 from Nuttawading, 26.21. Huge arms over and just maybe not as efficient, but speeding. It's looking Alexander Dahlberg and Xavier Purcell over there. Dahlberg not giving up. They're just crossing me at the commentators table right here. Dahlberg stretching out in front. Looking at 7 though, Jack Gibson from MLC. Strong finish, 54.64. Taking off a second. Nice work, boys.
Looks like it will be Eric Heat leading us through. Let's see what he time turns in here. There you go, 26.2. Followed by Andrew Ryland there. And Melbourne McCenter in lane 2. So that is second 50 now. What can these boys come back in? Out to 26. They'd be hoping to come back 27 high, maybe 27 low. It does look like Andrew Ryland over there in lane 2. He's finishing nice and strong. So it's going to be a battle between him and Eric Heat. Coming down the touch at the same time. Eric takes out there at 55.2. Alrighty, here we have the final heat, heat 9.
And tell us what you'd expect from a 50. Sorry.
In the 100 free?
Yeah, the 100 free and like the second 50. What do you want to see produced?
I think these swimmers, the coaches always talk about that perfect zone of going out, not too hard but not too slow. Because if you go out too slow in 100 freestyle, it doesn't give you much room no matter how hard you come back in. So you see a lot of these guys, they'll probably go out PB plus 0.5 to 0.8 to 1 second off their PB. And they're trying to come back maybe 1.5 seconds off that time. So let's say they're going out 24.5, they'd be wanting to come back probably at 25.5.
And so it's William Linky looking out in front, as well as lane 7, also Jack Sharp.
He takes someone out there in a 55.8. So we move on now to event 14, the women's 200-metre backstroke, and have a look at that Victorian record there. It was set last year, almost the exact same. Okay, so as I was just saying before, we had a bit of an announcement there, so I couldn't finish off my sentence. But event 14, the women's 200-metre backstroke. So we have 6 heats of this, and I thought I'd quickly have a chat about the Victorian record holder here is the famous Olympian, dual gold medalist Kaylee McEwen, who actually last year exactly perched on the 18th of the 2nd, almost the exact date, went a 2:04.64. I think at the time was also a record, world record. She's not swimming this event at this meet, but she is here this weekend. I think she's doing a bit of freestyle and a bit of breaststroke and a few other events. So I think her coaches are just trialling a few different things for her as they build her into nationals in April. But yeah, it's great to have some of the names like her down, some of the biggest names in Australian swimming.
Absolutely. It's a great inspiration for, our swimmers who, some of them, just live just down the road, can come and compete against, some of the world's best.
Exactly right. And it's also make mention here, we've got here in Lona Ray Anderson leading through this first 100, and she is well out in front. We'll see the time she turns in there, 1:06.2. So she's got a comfortable lead there by about 3 seconds over Zylaker Pratt Smith, who's from New Zealand. We've also got a few New Zealanders out. So welcome to the Kiwis. Welcome across the Tasman. I think it's really good for this meet and now just swimming in general to have some international swimmers down. It just really adds a different vibe to the pool. And I know they have brought in a rule for this weekend that only international swimmers are allowed to put their bags inside. I think it's just so the locals here don't get territorial and take over the indoor pool, which does happen sometimes.
No, never.
Oh, yeah. Gotta say, we've tried to take over a few of the hallways in the indoor pool a couple of times.
I know, swimmers and their stuff, hey?
Yeah, exactly. So Lona Anderson coming down on the wall now. Had an entry time of 2:13. And she's going to go a little bit over that there, a 2:18, but you'd expect her tonight to be thrown there probably a couple seconds quicker than that.
You know what? We can't, get any better and very Aussie with the backdrop. We've got a working class man on.
I was going to say, it really suits the vibe right now.
The Jimmy Barnes.
Yeah. Feels good having him here. Feels very inspiring. I reckon if he was on before our race earlier, I reckon I would have gone half a second quicker.
All right, well, that was Heat 1. We're into Heat 2.
Got some very familiar names here from Victoria. Lana Banks, Liv LaFoe, Madison Cooper, Abby Harrington, Sasha Jones, Lily Kosh. So, call these names a lot the last few weeks.
And also, Judy Hassan Aman had a fantastic swim earlier in the freestyle.
All right, it's a Heat 2 of 6 now underway. So, as I was saying, some really familiar names. Look at Liv LaFoe there, another great underwater, a great start. And Sasha Jones starting well there in lane 2. Liv's been a fantastic age group and open swimmer now for a number of years. She'd be looking now to try and really start to push that top 4 or 5 in the country in that 2 back, 1 back. We'll see what she turns there. She's out pretty quick there at a 31.8, followed by Alana Banks. Alana Banks' dad was a famous Collingwood footballer, played in the 1990 Premiership.
Who do you go for, Tim?
I'm a Hawthorn supporter, but I do know that Alana
Just
Banks' dad was a famous player for Collingwood.
And yeah, Olivia looking nice and comfortable. What do you think a plan is for a 200-metre backstroke?
Yeah, I think you've got to really be focused on light legs early, because a 200 backstroke, kicking on your back for 200 metres is a long way. So it's those light legs, really focus on your arms, and then you try to build each 50 and try to keep your time pretty consistent over those 350s after the first one. You can see Liv LaFoe here still rotating nice and strong, and you can see with her kick, not overly big splashes. So you can see that she's still really focusing on using those strong arms, keeping the legs nice and light. And she'll probably expect to bring those legs in this last 50.
Yes, I always think the last 50 is the best 50. It's the most exciting 50. It's where the step up and the level up comes. And, yeah, they bring those powerful legs for a big kick under the water. And so, Tim, you swam this morning.
I did, yeah. Just decided a bit of fun, a bit of a laugh, and sort of a 50 breaststroke.
And tell us about it. I hear you've made some kind of final.
Yeah, B5, but I've pulled out of that, so not sure I'm up to scratch to some 2 races in a day. Bit old and washed up now, I think. And there goes Liv LaFoe there at a 2:17. That's a really good swim this morning. She was headed with a 2:15, so be interested to see how fast she can go tonight, whether she can almost PB that and go under that 2:15. In second place was Semra Olawalini, and in third place there was Alana Banks, followed by Sasha Jones.
All right, heat 3 underway now. That's a beautiful start there to Hope Shamil from New Zealand in lane 5. And she's got someone else, a country woman next to her, Bridie Quayle in lane 6.
We've also got, 14-year-old there, Bridie Quayle, as you said. 14 is pretty impressive to be in one of the middle lanes in the early heats. And so for those watching at home, you might notice that a lot of these top athletes probably aren't going really close to their entry times. They might be a couple of seconds over. But this is sort of natural for a lot of these athletes at this time of year where they're doing heavy blocks of training, not as much of their quality work. It's a lot more, getting themselves fit, ready to go. And then the next few weeks is New South Wales Championships. So a lot of these really good swimmers are probably going to be heading up to New South Wales. And that would be sort of their last hit out before they then head into Nationals in April. So for age group, Nationals is first, and then I believe Opens is after that. And so these guys will start really ramping up their quality training in their 100 pace, 200 pace, etc. And that's when you start to see these guys really start dropping times. And their goal would be to peak at Nationals, and that's when they'd be wanting to hit their PBs.
And Nationals is super exciting to make and to go to. It's a fantastic meet.
I think it's sort of like almost two phases of Nationals. It's like that first time qualifying and just getting there. And then there's that next time when you get there, you want a PB and aim for maybe a final or a B final. And then after that, you want to be aiming for, if you're good enough, which is really hard to do, winning a medal potentially or a national title.
And there's lots of excitement, buzz, people, there's lights, there's cameras. It's a big deal.
It is a big deal. And I think Australian swimming's in a really good spot at the moment. We've got a lot of fanfare back. We had the short course worlds here on Channel 9, which is great, here in Melbourne. And it seems like people are tuning back into swimming again. 2:18 there from Hope Shamel, followed by Mia Holler.
Yeah, Tim, what's your preference? Long course or short course? Watch and to... let's go 3 different categories.
Okay.
To compete, to watch, and to commentate on. And
okay.
I want those answers after this race begins.
Okay, well, let this race start, then we'll get to those.
And so this is heat 4 here for our 200-metre women's backstroke.
So heat 4 now is underway. And so I'd probably say I prefer to commentate long course. It's a traditional style of racing. It's maybe a little bit more prestigious. So I think I enjoy commentating long course. Watching, was that the other question? Sorry. Watching, yeah. I'd say watching, I do enjoy watching short course. Some more turns, a bit more fast pace. It's a bit more wow in your face, wow factor. Definitely swimming-wise, it's a lot more fun racing short course. Doesn't hurt as much. Back in the day, that is. But, I think as a swimmer, though, you still really... You prep yourself that little bit more for long course. I think because it's a bit more, as I said, prestigious, that you want to perform better long course. Both are still awesome to race in, but I think naturally there's a little bit more care factor around long course season.
I like it. Thank you for your insight.
That's all right.
All right, we're looking at lane 4 at the moment. Alexandra Skinner out here in front from Melbourne Vic Centre. And then we've got lane 8. We've got Abby Lynn. And then over in lane 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1 and 2, I should be saying. Very close call just there. So that is our halfway mark. And so we've got a mix of ages just here, a few 15-year-olds, but then also from Melton, we've got Ashley Brownbill in lane 9, who's 20 years of age. And yeah, love when people continue swimming. It's great to have everyone involved. And you would know this as a... are you classified as a master swimmer, Tim?
Oh, no, not now. I'd still say I'm not a normal swimmer. What's it called? Just like an
open swimmer.
Open swimmer. That's the word I was looking for. Open swimmer. I'd say that I'm
old hack.
Experienced.
Experienced
Let's
old
sum
hack.
that up as experience.
Open swimmer. Washed up.
I'll tell you who's not washed up. All of our swimmers here in the pool right now. Coming in to the final meterage. And it is Alexandra Skinner in lane 4.
It's going to be a really good swim by Alexandra Skinner here. She's entered with a 2:30, so is she going to go under that 2:30? She is there, 2:27.35. That's a really good swim. And our clock has just got, our scoreboard's just gone away here, so we can't actually see what times these other girls were going.
It was a great swim, though, by Sienna Bucky in lane 1. And Kiara Jeffs in lane 2 as well. And also Abby Lynn in lane 8 had a great performance too. So not sure if our scoreboard is going to come back up again. But
there's been a few technical difficulties this morning, hasn't there?
Yeah, not too many, but you know, when they happen, we work through, right?
Yeah. So then we've got 2 more heats to go here of this 2-back. I'm pretty excited to see Isaac Cooper in the first heat of the 50 backstroke after this in the men's. We saw him at the World Short Course in that 50 backstroke where unfortunately had that terrible situation, but such a powerful athlete. He's so quick off the start. And for the guys watching at home, watch his underwaters.
All right, this is heat 5 now.
And so it's really good to see here in heat 5. You got Emily Tulik, Alice Evans, Sarah Pravili, Olivia Bartlett, Celeste Ellis, Alana McDuff, Sarah Simon, and Jessica Proudlock are all age group swimmers still. So we're all 17 or younger, which is great to see, like, the depth of these swimmers, that they can qualify for open times as a junior swimmer or an age group swimmer. And it puts them in a really good position. Hopefully when they do become an open swimmer, they can be the ones pushing for that A and B final.
Absolutely. I mean, experience compounds, right?
Exactly right. And I think there's a big difference between age group racing and open racing. And so for these guys, their coaches would have said to them, look, you're probably not going to make an A or a B final tonight, but it's really about getting up, racing each other, hitting a really good time out while you're in heavy training. And these guys will all have states in 3 weeks' time. So it's a perfect hit out for these guys before age states, which will be here in March, over 5 days. So their coaches will be wanting them to tick a few boxes today.
And so this is the halfway mark, the 200 mark, and it is Celeste Ellis from Geelong out in front. Just by a second, though, chasing her Olivia Bartlett from Nunawading. Very close across the board, though.
I think when I say this, I think I'm pretty happy that they've moved age states to March. I'm not sure that I should be saying that, but yeah, I guess I will. But I think...
Tell us why.
Well, they've traditionally had it in December, so late December, and a lot of those primary school kids and even high school kids have graduations, schoolies. They might come back, they might have had exams. There's lots of events on in December, and that mid to late December is Christmas parties.
And you know what else you are in December?
Where?
You're tired.
You're tired. You are tired.
It's a big, you have a big year. You need that summer break.
I think so. And I think having it then in that late December, and then these guys all go on holiday, it's a big break. Because I think you let these guys train through, they have a break over that Christmas, New Year period, maybe a week off here or there. You get them back in, and then you're aiming to really smash out state age in March, which then leads into nationals.
Yeah, they've got focus, they've got a plan. And that was Sarah Pravilli from Geelong. Just coming in second there. She was pipped at the post, 2:30.44. Alice Evans from MLC. Nice work, girls. Final heat coming up. 3 swimmers are in it. All right, Zara Paul with a great start here from Melbourne Swimming Club, age 15. Next, we have Zaylee Schneiders from Geelong in the middle, but picking up a little bit of pace there just in this second 25. Kate Luana from MLC.
I have noticed as well, there's a bit of wind from that, I guess is that the northern end? What you call it, the northern end down here? The open end, I guess I'd call it.
Yeah, the open end, the city
Sure
end. It is kind of that northwest end.
Yeah, and you can see the wind really is bursting through from that end. So it is creating a bit of a headwind, but I guess if you're swimming back coming this way, get a bit of a tailwind.
There's been a little
bit of a downhill ski event. Come home quick.
There has been a little ripple on the pool since early this morning. It is very hot here.
It is. I think it's 38 degrees today.
Everyone else who's not in the pool would be appreciating it.
I think tomorrow's a bit of a cool change, so it'll be about 24 tomorrow.
Yes. It's meant to peak here. 36 at 3 p.m. Currently it's 33 at Albert Park.
Oh, so it's pretty cold. 33. Yeah, okay.
Maybe if you're from Northern Territory or Queensland. Yeah, so we have some people down here.
Yep.
But yeah, not so tropical.
No, it's pretty hot and dry down here.
And so yeah, Zara Paul being caught up on just here. Zali Schneiders and Kate Luana, really good to see. Very tight. Can't wait to see this final 50 metres. All right, it's Zali Schneiders leading now from Geelong in the middle lane. And they've just caught some ground here. Zara Paul backing off just a little, or the other two speeding up, using big, powerful arms, quick on the motion. And you can see Zali engaging with that kick there, a little bit of wash at the top of the surface. And she's just a head out in front at the moment. Coming into the wall just here, Zali has got it. 2:36.55, followed by Kate and then Zara in lane 5. Let's check out the other end of the pool. 50s are here. It's the 50-metre backstroke.
All right, so here we go, the men's 50-metre backstroke. So Isaac Cooper, lane 4, is the one to watch here. Jason Llewellyn, also another one to watch. But Isaac famously pretty much won the gold medal at the World Champs in this event. So a bit of a long delay there before the start. And watch Isaac's underwaters there in lane 4. You can see him on the breakout. Also a really good start. There was Yuma Edo from Japan. And it looks like now Isaac Cooper, you can see his rate. He's lifting here. He's pulling away from the field. And I think he's going to take out this heat pretty comfortably, followed by Yuma Edo. And let's see the time he goes there, 25-1. It's quick, followed by Yuma Edo. Then Lachlan McKenzie. So quick heats from there. And the Japanese young man, Yuki Tsuno's just hopped straight out. He's just gone for a run. He might have to be... He was out quicker than anyone. Yeah. Not sure what's going on there. So move on to heat 2.
Oh, the last change
All right, heat 2, here we go. That was a great swim by Isaac Cooper. Fantastic swimmer. Swimmers have exited. Time for heat 2. Let's go in the water. Qualifying times. It's Lewis Blackburn. And then it's also Andrew Jeff Coate from New Zealand, 24.65 at the fastest. And Lewis Blackburn high off the backstroke ledge to jump in the water. Coming up and out, and yeah, it is going to be a battle between them. Andrew Jeffcoat in lane 4. Also be watching Kazuki Nasu from Japan. And there's windmills of arms going around. It's these final 3. Oh, tough one to call. Lewis just in front here, 25.62. Followed by Andrew from New Zealand, 25.79. All right, heat 3. Looking at lane 4, Bradley Woodward powering out in front here. He's half a body out in front, hard to tell. So much splash off them.
Yeah, so Bradley Woodward there in a 25.99, followed by Anthony Basunas at a 26.6. So Brad takes that one out pretty comfortably. Anytime under 26, it's a pretty quick swim.
Okay, this is heat 4. Looking around that 28 time if they're going to take off some seconds on their entries. Again, powerful lane 4, Milton Samopoulos. But looking at lane 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Thomas Smith from Geelong. Watch the wide ones as well down the bottom of your screen.
It's hard to see. Might be Jack Morrow, though. 28.02, so he does take it out there.
And
so
then
sorry, go on there, Chelsea.
And then it was James Harrison from New Zealand in lane 8, 28.76.
Be interesting what times get through to the A final tonight. And so heat 5 now is in the water.
And a strong start to Alexander Hillman from Surrey Park in 7.
Got the rate up really high here. He's looking really strong in the water right now, Alex Hillman.
And looking at lanes 1, 2 and 3 in a battle for second, but be watching out as well for lane 6.
Looks like Alex Hillman's going to take this one out. 28.60. It's a great swim. And that looks to be a huge PB for him. Taking off almost a second. Must be that beard he's growing there. Aerodynamic.
Superpowers.
Yeah.
All right, our final heat. It's heat 6. There's a big jump in the water by Lachlan Wright in 7. Bit of style.
I like it. I like it.
What do you think? Do you think the higher off the block, the better the launch you've got off?
Yeah, I think it's about getting real, not height, but it's about that arch, getting right over that arch, getting out over the water and getting as far out into the water as you can and going through the smallest hole possible is the way you got to think of it. The more splash you make, the more drag.
And that was Xavier Aguirre from Nunawading in with the fastest time there. Next up, we have our 50-metre multi-class breaststroke. So be looking down the same end of the pool for the start. In lane 1, we have Ryan McGrain from Geelong, S14. Shihant Skadiva, S7. In lane 3, Andrew Ding, S19. 4, Henry Hughes, S15. 5, Liam England, S9. In 6, we have Taran Dyer, S14. In lane 7, Calvin Tran, S14. And in lane 8, we have Bradley Doolan, S18. And so a couple of them competing directly against each other with their multi-classes. Ryan in 1, Ryan in 1, Taran in 6, and Calvin in 7. And away they go into the water. A great start there. Popping up first was Ryan, but looking strong in the pink cap. In lane 4, we have Henry Hughes, S15. It's all about that power that you can get out of the kick. Want to give a shout out to Laura Mack, Ryan's brother, out on this broadcast, watching closely. It's good to have supporters with us here today.
Yeah, tuning in.
And then it's going to be a tight finish by the looks of it between the two in the middle. So Liam England.
37-2. So a little bit over.
And that was Henry Hughes coming into the wall, 37-2-0. Followed by Liam England. So well done to all of our swimmers just getting out of the water here. Awesome to have our para series for our multi-class athletes to be able to check out the best of the best in the world and have them compete here at the Victorian Opens here as well. Next up we have our women's. It's the 50-metre breaststroke multi-class. Time for them to take the pool. In lane 3, we have Evie Lee, S19. In lane 4, Amber Stelling, S7. In lane 5, Dorothy Pascoe, S9. And in lane 6, Kira Warwick, S6. So from Geelong, Cheltenham, North Albury and Flyers, all different multi-classes here. And looking good in the pink cap, we have Dorothy Pascoe getting good big breath as she comes out of the water here. Dorothy Pascoe, only 12 years of age. What a little superstar. And then over in the blue cap, over in the blue cap from Geelong is going to be popping in to second position, Evie Lee. But Dorothy, her time, 51.71. Evie Lee, 55.54 from Geelong. And then Amber Stelling, 56.46. Nice work, girls. For Dorothy, that's a big PB, shaving 4 seconds off her time. Huge. So good to see. Next on we move to our women's 800 metre freestyle. We have 3 finals, 3 timed finals, I should say. So whoever has the best times out of these 3 heats are the ones that are going to be awarded with the medals.
So don't worry about that.
I'm just waiting here as we get organised. They're up on the blocks now.
We'll just have a quick chat there. It's pretty awesome that we've got the KO Sports Applet guys down here recording our World Para Series, which is great exposure, I think, for our sport. And I think it's such a great idea having the Para Olympics, World Series, and the I guess everyone else racing all together throughout this meet adds a whole other dimension to it.
Absolutely, and it's kick-starting the City World Para Series as well.
Yeah, it's always the first event on the tour, which is great.
Yeah, next up they go to Italy for that long weekend that we have here in Victoria.
Yeah,
they'll be over competing.
Yeah, it'd be pretty
Hopefully
nice
eating a lot of pasta as fuel and
100%.
the best of the best. And then having a great lead out front here in lane 2, we have Catherine Boyle.
And so we have a timed final in this 800 freestyle. So 2 heats this morning, and the timed final will be tonight, the fastest one. So tonight will be heat 1, and then this morning will be heats 2 and 3. And so in this event here, everyone's actually still racing each other, even though there's 2 heats this morning and 1 heat tonight. So it's all about just posting your best time. So even if you're in the heats swim, you can still win the medal here tonight.
What do you think a medal means to these swimmers?
Well, I think it's a really good stepping stone. Winning a state open medal is a great achievement, but then hopefully leads on to bigger and better things come a national trials or a national age championship. And I've been having a chat with, I think we might be able to get over one of the coaches who has a swimmer in the 800 freestyle in the second heat. He said he's happy to come over to have a chat. So we are going to get Jaden Bryant, the head coach of MLC, to come over, and he's just going to go through what they've been doing in their training, how he trains his 800 metre swimmer. I know a few weeks ago we got Hamish McDougall from Surrey Park, but this week we're going to get MLC's head coach, Jaden. So it's good to get different coaches over. They can provide a bit of insight, different styles of training, different tactics that they use, and what their goals are going forward.
Absolutely. And so it's been a great competition already this morning. The sun's come out a little bit already, but it's rotated around. No glare on the pool here at the moment. The swimmers are just free to work with their own race plans and minimal distractions. They're quite even across the board at the moment, as you'd probably expect early on in an 800. We've got Catherine Boyle still leading the way. I think she's about 5 seconds out in front here at the moment. But, it's nice and hot. I think there was some Zupa-Dupas handed around before for the team. Swimming Victoria have put on a very classy event. I just love the visual also of all the flags up here, just at the finishing line. It's really good to be able to see where we're all from.
Can you name all those flags?
I know a lot of the flags are state and territories. I wouldn't be able to name a lot of them, but I can definitely pick out a few. I'm missing a couple. What about you, Tim? Do you reckon after all your travels you could
I can pick up a few
pick
of
all
them.
the countries? It's a good one for trivia, though. So if you ever want a good trivia question, a flag question's always a good one to pop in there.
Exactly right. I think we've got Canada, China, France, England, Hong Kong, Ireland, Japan, Zimbabwe, New Zealand, Singapore, Spain. I think it's Switzerland is there as well. We've got the states and territories. We've also got the First Nations flag and the Torres Strait Islander flag as well.
I'm missing a couple in there as well, but I'm sure if we went through our record, we would find them here tonight.
Yeah, it might be the Serbian flag as well.
It's really good to see, though. Slovenia would be up there. I don't know which one it is, unfortunately, but we've had a Slovenian athlete, so it would be one of the ones we're missing there, Tim.
And so Catherine Boyle's looking really strong here, and she's coming down to the turn now, and turns at a 4:33. So she is averaging about a 109, 110 per 100 there after that first 100.
And so, Tim, question time. How do you know you're going to be a good 800 athlete to give it a crack? Like, what things do you notice to be like, this could be my event?
Well, then you've got to be super hungry and super determined. That's the first thing. You've got to have the right attitude to do an 800. I don't think anyone who's weak would ever do an 800 or mentally not up to it, I guess. To do an 800, it's intimidating. You've got to actually have the mindset for it. I think it's the first thing. The big thing is actually just efficiency. You know, like 800 metres is a long way. You can't muscle your way through and spin your arms thinking you can just spin them all day and make your way through. Like even the best guys like Ledecky and Petrini from Italy, even though they have a high stroke rate in an 800 or a 15, they're still very efficient. They're still catching a lot of water. So it may look like they are going pretty quick, but they're still remaining super efficient. And so starting to make a bit of a move alongside her, though, is Claire Milligan there in lane 3. So she's actually made a bit of a move here. So she has closed the gap. So she is within striking distance here at the 500-metre mark.
You know, at least they're in the lanes next to each other to be able to tell where they are in the race plan. I'm sure in these long distance, sometimes you can get lost where people are. But we're over halfway here, making it count. You know, we're in that third quarter of the race. And only a second behind now. And I always love when Swimming Victoria get their flags out, their decor for a big competition. I'm looking up, and that's where our swimmers look up to as well, and our crowd looks out at, and it says, decide you will, believe you can.
It looks like Catherine just lifted her rate a little bit there, just to hold off Claire Milligan, who is still pushing, though. And so we have 200 metres to go. These two are going to really battle it out in this last 200. And I think Claire is still within striking distance of Catherine. In third place over here next to us is actually Brianna Burgess. And also in the middle of the pool there, it might be Layla Mahfouz in lane 5 as well. So bit of a battle on for third. Now actually out wide, sorry, I should say Sojun Huang as well. So a really good battle on for third. And we see the turn there. So she still has about a 2-second lead, Catherine over Claire. And you can see Catherine and Claire's teammates are just starting to get behind them here in this last 150 metres.
Yeah, I think Catherine saw Claire just behind her and went, nah, like this isn't happening, and picked up her speed.
Yeah, picked up the legs, but she's really gaining on it. This is going to be a really good last 100. So here we go for this last 100. This should be a good dogfight between these two. Good battle between them.
Here's that whistle for the final lap.
She is within 1.5 seconds there. Oh, she's starting to come now as well. So this is the last 100 metres.
Oh!
Sorry, I can't hear. There's too many whistles. And I reckon...
It's a whistle party.
Yeah, it is. Claire Milligan is really coming. She might have overtaken her here in this last 100.
Or I think from our point of view, I think she's maybe just pipped her out in front with the lead.
She might be. We'll see here at the turn. Let's see what they turn in. No, she's just off by about 0.2 of a second. This is going to be a really good last 50.
Man, the crowd is going to get behind both of these girls. Catherine Boyle in lane 2, Claire Milligan in lane 3. The battle of the 800 finish. And they both really want it, you can tell.
They do really want it. And I think Claire's going to run over the top of her here in the last 10 metres. Coming down the wall now.
Yep, Claire, I think slightly out in front just here from our view.
And we come down the touch. Let's see it. Oh, she does get there in 9:13.887. That's a great swim from those girls. And Brown and Burgess there in third and 9:21. Alrighty, so this is heat 3 of the time finals of the 800 metre freestyle. And so as I was sort of repeating before, with these swimmers, it actually is a time final. So it means that the heat swims this morning and tonight's final are all actually competing against each other overall time. And you can still win these medals from the heats this morning. And so at the 300-metre mark there, it is Taylor Watson leading us through, followed by Alana Cummings there, and then also Melissa Wolfe. Alrighty, and I've been able to get my hands on a special guest here for us. We've got Jaden Bryan, the head coach of MLC, and Jaden just had a swimmer in the previous heat. So welcome along here, Jaden. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks for having me. It's been a while since I've jumped on the table with you.
Yeah, mate, it's good to get you back over here. So just talk to us a bit about what you guys have been up to throughout January and Feb, and what's the plan going forward for you guys?
Yeah, it's been a pretty hectic time for us, as it has for everybody at this time of year, and you know this meet sits at a pretty good spot for experience leading into AJ Open Nationals. I suppose that's why it's so exciting to see so many visitors here.
Yeah,
increases the standard of the meet.
Yeah,
it's terrific. So I'll start back from December, just leading into World Short Course, which we had here in Melbourne.
Yep.
We played host to the Romanian team, leading into World Short Course. So we had David Popovici, Robert Glinter, and then Barbara Simonova from the Czech Republic training with us for the week leading in, along with their coaches. And training alongside and then with our team as well. And it's an absolute ripper experience there. Just to see what the absolute best in the world does, right, is the world record holder.
Yeah, he's the fastest man of all time.
That's it. So, and at the age of 18, it's pretty impressive. So just getting them, you know, in our own pool and getting to know him really well was an experience that you definitely don't take for granted. So that was amazing. And I suppose it gave our team something to invest in come World Short Course. They were here every day and
watching
cheering on the team.
Yeah.
So that was great. And that really sparked a bit of inspiration.
Yeah.
Come January, we spent a week on a training camp in Albury, right at the start. Pretty grueling week, as training camps are.
Yep.
Finished that off with a duel in the pool with the Albury Swim Club.
Lovely.
And you know, given the week of work, some pretty fast swimming, so that was good to see.
Oh, that's great.
Then January for us, it gets a little bit messy after that. We had a few then go into, I suppose I call it surf season, where they have all their open water carnivals.
Yep.
So between the Portsea Classic, the Pier to Pub, and then Open Water Nationals in Busselton, had a fair bit going on for half the team, and the other half went into Team Vic training camp and then state sprints.
There's a busy couple of weeks for you guys, mate.
It was a pretty hectic few weeks. But training all the way through that, you know, not exactly rested for any of those meets. So keeping the volume up around about for the 16 through to 19-year-olds, volume was up about 55k a week.
Yep, it's a fair bit.
So you know, no real expectations at these competitions. It's all just about experience. But having a great time through there, and then came back from Metros or some of the team over in Adelaide. Again, more race experience, and then straight back into it.
Yeah.
So I've got about half my team are out of school and half my team are in school. So a bit of a mix at the moment. And, you know, the ones that are in school, year 11, year 12, there's obviously a few different hurdles that come along with that too.
100%.
So taking that all in our stride and taking that into consideration. But the team's looking great at the moment. We're here to race, here to have a bit of fun. 100%. No expectations, just enjoy.
Exactly right. Yeah. So you said you've got a couple of mix of open athletes and junior athletes.
Yep.
Do you train them differently? Have you got them in separate squads, or they train together? Like, what's your sort of tactic with these guys?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think no one will disagree that long term, the best you can do is to keep them separated most of the time. You know, the older guys, even if the training's not all that different, they need that psychological edge.
Yeah.
They need that open style. They need that friend group and those people around.
Yeah, that social side's a little bit
100%,
more.
100%.
Yeah.
Now, we're in a situation at the moment where we probably only have 8 to 10 genuine open swimmers. So we can't do that all the time.
Yeah.
So there's 3 or 4 sessions a week where it'll just be those guys all training together, but otherwise they're integrated with our age performance squad as well, which from a training point of view works really well.
Yeah.
As long as they can get out and socialise as an open crew as
definitely.
well. So
it's good. Sounds like you guys are under control, Jaden. And so you guys are heading into now age states in 3 weeks' time, and then age nationals, and then open nationals.
Correct.
Is that correct for you guys?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So we've got most of the team at age. I think we'll have a team of about 80 come Vic age.
Yeah,
so
it's a solid team, mate.
It's going to be a big weekend.
Yeah.
And at the moment, we're sitting on 39 qualified for age nationals.
That's a great result.
And I think 9 for open nationals.
That's awesome, mate.
So
we'll just quickly say here, so as Taylor Watson comes in and takes out heat 3 there in 9:37, and so you had a swimmer in the previous heat in the... So you had a swimmer previously in this 800 free. What sort of tactics and training would you be trying to do with those guys?
So it's interesting. The 800, there's a few different ways to do it, but the best 800 swimmers sort of instinctively know that pacing.
Yeah.
They just get that right. So Mackie Hunter, for me, she's only about 12 months into actually racing 800s. But the very first time she did it, negative split, fastest 200 was her last one, fastest 100 was her last one. Like I just saw that and thought, all right, we need to get this girl into more of them.
Yeah.
So
the more practice she gets, the better she's going to be with it, isn't it?
So for me, particularly as age groupers, they've got to be doing volume, but it's got to be easy volume.
Yeah.
So keep them efficient, stroke count work, low heart rate, but get the Ks into them across the week.
Zone. Yeah,
100%.
Perfect aerobic zone.
So low end aerobic, but just pump up the volume.
Yeah.
And the rest sort of figures itself out. I mean, as age groupers, as most of these girls in the morning heats are, they're going to have a lot of natural speed anyway.
Definitely.
So
they're all fresh and young.
Exactly. But you've got to don't shy away from that volume, and then come racing, it's all natural. So
just go for it, I guess.
So my race plan, I suppose, is 4 200s to send.
Yep.
So each one is up another aerobic gear, I call it. So for me, I call it A2, A3, threshold, and then go.
Yep.
Everyone will have different terms.
But it's sort of similar vibe across the field,
Exactly.
I think, with most coaches.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. But it's all about that feeling of build and that control and knowing instinctively, all right, I need to take 2 more strokes here. I need to lift the stroke rate up. The legs come in a bit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's great points. Thank you, Jaden. Thank you for joining us there, mate, during those 800s. And
it's a pleasure.
It's good to get some insight in there, mate. And we'll be looking out for your swimmers over the next couple of days. And in age states and then age nationals and open nationals.
Yeah.
So we'll
busiest time of the year. We'll be around.
It is. It's the best time of year, I think, for swimming.
100%.
It's the peak season, isn't it? Yeah.
Travel all over the place.
Exactly.
Love
right.
what I do.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Jaden.
Thanks, Tim.
All right, so in lanes 1 we have Brumming Juan, S7. In 2, Jack Burglar, S14. And so Bumming is from China and Jack is from New Zealand. Then a few Aussies. We've got Alex Safi, S10 in lane 3. In 4, we've got Brendan Hall, S9. And then Timothy Hodge in lane 5, also an S9 for Australia. Then Canada is in lane 6 with Zach Zona, S8. And Wei Sing Darren Chan from Singapore, S14 in lane 7. So this is the 400-metre freestyle for these men's for the World Para Series, the first event here in Australia. They're all building up points for a world ranking that will be up on the World Para Series website post-event. They've already had a race or even maybe 2 this morning, a couple of these guys here. So a decent one, 400 metres. And looking at lanes 4 and 5 here at the moment. So in 4, Brendan Hall. And then 5, Timothy Hodge. And so these guys, both S9s, directly competing against each other.
Yeah, it's a good point, isn't it? We've got a few different categories in this race. We've got S7 to S14. So lots of different categories, S8 and S9 as well. So these guys aren't directly racing against each other, apart from Brendan Hall and Tim Hodge. And so the two boys pushed each other right through to the end there.
They're having a chat at the end of the
Yeah, they look pretty
the
friendly with
race
each other
well.
after that one.
And so is Timothy Hodge there, 4:19.21, and then Brendan Hall just behind him by a couple of seconds, 4:21.99. Our final swimmer coming in here, Wei Xiang Darren Chang from Singapore, 5:02.02. Still taking a second off his entry time. Nice work.
So Baiming Juan has got, this is his entry time, so he has never swum this event before. So it's great for him to have an introduction into a 400-metre freestyle. It's always tough doing your first 400, I think. Alrighty, heat 2 now is in the water, event 19, this 400-metre freestyle multi-class. And so we have a couple of swimmers from Singapore here. In fact, we have 3 swimmers from Singapore: Colin Jing Guan, Sun, Zi Wei Wong, Wei Sung To. And then we've also got from Australia, we've got Joshua Alfred and Cole Pearce. And Cole, quite a famous name, is from the Olympics. And so Josh Alfred there turning a 2:43. And Josh has an entry time of 4:21. So it'll be interesting to see how close he goes to that time this morning. And he's coming down now, the 100 metres to go. And so turning into his last 100 now is Josh Alfred, and Cole Pearce coming down now in for his last 100, as is Barry McClements. And so a bit of a battle between those Singaporean boys there in lanes 2 and lane 6 at the moment. And so these guys are on their last 100 metres now. They're going to put everything they've got left into this last 100. And because there's 2 heats here, it's really important that these guys post a good time in preparation for the World Para Series, where they'll be off to Italy next. And so Josh Alfred coming down the wall now. Let's see the time there, 4:24.96. Just a little bit over his entry time, which is a 4:21. But still a very good swim overall. And it looks like they're cute. Cole Pearce there, 4:35, just a little bit over his entry time, and same with Barry McClements. So these boys are really cruising through in those heats, so we'll see what they can do tonight. And so event 119 now, the men's 400 metre freestyle multi-class Vic Opens here. And so we just have one heat of this. So Dominic Hoggard in lane 2, Calvin Tran lane 3, Callum Simpson lane 4, Bo Matthews lane 5, James Logan lane 6, and Ryan McCrane in lane 7. So we have 2 heats of this coming up, the women's 400-metre freestyle multi-class. This is the World Para Series. And so we're underway. So we've got a lot of 400s this morning. So for those watching who like watching a 400 freestyle, we've had a solid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heats of it this morning. So lots of 400s, and these guys are underway now. And so we've got Nicole Turner from Ireland, Hannah Price from Australia, Jade Lucy from Australia, McKinley Arneson from Australia, Gabriella Ben from New Zealand, and Ji Zhu from China. So this is Ji Zhu's first time ever doing a 400 freestyle as well, ended with a no time. The rest of the field here, be interesting what times they go. And so Jade Lucy here on her final lap. was entered with a 4:51. Looks like she's going a little bit over that today. And a good battle for the rest of these swimmers coming through now in their last lap. And she's getting a little bit over her time. Is it under the 5 minutes? It is just there in a 4:59.4. Coming into the wall now. Looks like Hannah Price in second, followed by McKinley Arneson and then Gabriella Ben. And special mention over here to Jizu doing her first ever 400. So this, regardless of a swim, will be a PB, and it's a good chance for her to post the time. And then she has a chance now to then improve on that. And she comes in there in a 5:28, which is a great... And so she has 100 to go there, sorry. And Nicole Turner coming down into the wall now. And Nicole Turner there in a 5:58, which is literally almost on her entry time, which is 5:56. And so Juzi's coming into the wall now, and she does touch there at 7:26, which is a great effort for her first ever 400 freestyle. And let's move on now to heat 2 of 2. All right, in heat 2 now is in the water. And it looks to be a good start over here in lane 6 from Yang Ting Danielle. All right, so move on now to the final event of the morning, event 120, the women's 400 freestyle multi-class. We just have one heat of this, and that will conclude this morning's session before we come back for some finals tonight. And we have some big events tonight. Just looking through the program, it should be a really exciting night. There's a couple of relays to start the night, which is a great way to start with a bit of a bang. And so tonight should be a really good night of racing. We have, looking through, we've got 100 freestyle, the blue ribbon event of the women's and the men's 100 freestyle. We've got the 50 backstroke. Isaac Cooper should be one to watch in that. We've got a 200 backstroke there. Some stars in that one. We've also got a 400 free, a couple of 400 freestyles, as we know. Been a big day of 400s. So it should be a good night and a couple of relays. It's always good fun. So any junior swimmers who are watching today, who are at home or close by, should come in tonight, watch some of the best swimmers in the world race. We've got the World Para Series and we've got some Olympians as well. So it should be a good night of racing. So the swimmers are coming through now into their last 100. It's been a big morning of racing, guys, so thank you for tuning in. It's been a good one so far, and we've got some exciting events tonight, some exciting events over the next 2 days. And as you are aware, we've got the World Para Series here, so we've got lots of countries down racing for that. We've got some international swimmers from New Zealand and Japan out racing too, and a few interstate Olympians down. So some big names. It's a great meet, and it should only get better tonight. And so Monique Murphy there turns it out, finishes off at a 5:14.87, followed by Grace Brimelow, and then India Bees feet on. And so these guys coming now down to the wall in their last lap. I will mention there's a huge PB there for Monique. Monique Murphy went 5:14. She was into with the 5:25, so it's a great swim. Grace Brimelow just a little bit over her entry time. And India pretty much just a little bit over her time in two. And so Evie Lee now coming into the wall, and same with Matilda Mobbs. So we'll see the time. So 6:33. That is a whopping 28-second PB there for Evie Lee, which is a great effort. And Matilda Mobbs coming down now. This should be a PB too. Sorry, no, a little bit over there, so 6:44. So that concludes our morning of racing. Thanks for tuning in. And we'll see you guys all here tonight for some finals action. Thanks for tuning in.